Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. Trying a couple new things, including streaming over to YouTube and having an opening screen. It looks like I haven't nailed that yet, so I apologize. Going to. Um, yeah, it doesn't look like it pushed out to YouTube, but that's okay. We will figure that out tomorrow. We're going to do one thing at a time as we kind of figure out this streaming thing. So, welcome to the stream. We're going to go ahead and probably not do rank today. I'm probably going to try to aim a little bit more towards um, figuring out the content. One of the big problems is with ranked, you just have to play a lot. And unfortunately, my playtime is dialed back since I've been trying to spend my time figuring out how to get all the streaming off the ground and whatnot. So um, it's making it a little harder to have enough time to stream. Um, yeah, it does look like I am live on Twitch, so that's great. Not sure why it didn't go through before. I'm going to throw on my waiting screen for 2 seconds just to make sure that works. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to because I don't want to interrupt this just in case it doesn't. But anyway, welcome everybody. Thanks for you that some of you have already joined. It's fantastic. Let me, as I was just saying a second ago, I'm trying to do a couple of new things. I'm trying to get a little bit more advanced. I'm trying to have like a starting and to be right back in an outro screen. And I'm also trying to push to other sources like YouTube. But unfortunately, it looks like the YouTube thing kind of made everything not push immediately. Amelia, how you doing? Just able to see the chat. I'm doing fantastic. It's so good to see you again. It's so sweet that you keep showing up every day. It's makes my day. I get why people want to do this for a living. If you basically just kind of get to come chat with friends all the time. I'm doing great. How you doing? Everything good on your end? Life's good. Um, for gameplay, I'm just going to be hopping in and kind of doing normal play for a little bit before ranked, just to get my feet wet. Life's good. That's good. Anything interesting happening? You playing anything right now? Still doing Elden Ring or still fishing for a new game? We are going to do the bad option, which is significantly more fun. Heavy succulents that's slow, multicast bandages, or burning fiery brass knuckles. This could get out of hand, but it would take a lot of work to do. So I guess we're just going to take the naturally okay-ish item. And we'll start off by buffing it. That sounds not terrible. Nah. Nah, you haven't found a game yet? Or um, still fishing? Or let's go for Fanged Inlet, see if we can pick ourselves up a weapon. Yeah, I'm still getting used to the streaming thing. I am really enjoying it, but at the same time, I know nothing, and just the technical barriers of learning all this stuff is a little overwhelming. Haven't found a game? Yeah, I hear you. Could I interest you in the bazaar? It's a little on fire right now with the conversation about the business model. People aren't in love with that, but honestly, the regular gameplay is still pretty fun. The worry about pay to win is totally valid-ish, except that so few people seem to be buying the product that it has so far not been a problem. I'm 90% of my games are up against people who don't seem to have the new cards. Or maybe they are buying the product, but because you have to buy it and then still grind it out to acquire the cards, maybe that's why I'm not seeing them. I'm not sure. Kind of hoping it's the former, which would mean that people were it would mean that if they don't get a lot of people buying in the current model, then they'll probably relook at it. Yeah, so the controversy of what's happening is essentially Reynad comes from Hearthstone, which is a kind of deck collector game-ish. It's slightly similar to this. This is an auto battler, so it's a little bit different. It morphed over time into what it is. And he was very vocal about the pay to win problems of that design structure. He was very vocal about like how you have to collect cards and that's onerous for the players, and that like in his game it's going to be free to play and you'll never have to collect cards, and kind of built a brand on it. He funded the game largely, as I understand it. I don't know all his funding streams, but he funded it through Kickstarter. And so a lot of people who knew him, knew his brand, and were excited about like that promise, put out a decent amount of money to, fund the Kickstarter, and paid the 40 or 30, I forget what it was, to play the open beta, and all of that jazz. And then the monetization came out right at the time that they were announcing they were going public, and you have to acquire cards over time. You have to pay to get the cards early. You would have to wait a month to be able to access the cards if you want to buy them for free in-game currency. The way that you acquire said in-game currency has become, I'll just say, a lot more opaque. I'm not sure that it's more difficult. I don't necessarily know, depending on how much you play, if you get more, if you get less than you would have before. But I do know that like it seems a little convoluted. It makes it harder for you to figure out whether you're going to get more or less. And usually when systems aren't transparent, it's because they don't want them to be. So there's just, kind of hot drama. A lot of people talking about that, and having a little bit of drama about it. So that is what it is. I absolutely get the frustration. I am frustrated. I'm frustrated, and like that was. I'm frustrated not because it affects me. I'm just not gonna pay the stuff. I think of the game a little bit differently, in terms of I don't play every hero. I really like the one hero I kind of settled on. I'll play the other ones every once in a while for fun, or to try something different. But generally speaking, I just really like playing the one hero. And so I'm very used to everyone else having a different card pool than me, and to kind of thinking of it as a completely different card pool that I don't have access to, because like I think other people would go up against a Vanessa and be like, well, yeah, if I wanted to play that, I could go play Vanessa right now. So they don't think of it as a different card set. Whereas I definitely see it as other people are playing with cards I don't have access to. And so a decent part of the game for me is, just designing around what I have available to me versus what they have available to me. So I'm just looking at other people getting other packs, even Pygmalion getting other packs, as other people having other card sets that I don't have access to, and then the puzzle is just to like, what do I have that's powerful against what they have? In my mind, this game's always a bit of a meta analysis. It's no particular one thing is good. It's just better against the other thing. You're playing rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock all the time, just trying to figure out what you have that can beat what they have. And so if somebody has, that's not always true. There was one patch where Fixer Upper was just out of control. One of the cards, we're calling them cards now. That's the other thing is, we didn't used to call them cards. We called them items. But one of the cards in the game is a property that just like shields you. Except when you enchant something, you could convert that shield into damage, and it was very fast, and you could get the amount very high, and so you couldn't kill it before it was able to trigger because it was faster than you, and then you kind of couldn't outscale it because it just had better scaling, and so that was pretty brutal. But aside from that, most of the time, if somebody is picking a particular build and that becomes dominant, then you usually have some tools to be able to like pick a different build that counters that, or to play a different style of gameplay to counter that. And that to me is the whole fun of the game. It's very flexible. Every patch is very different. Not just different because they change the car, not just different because like they change the mechanics, but different because just the meta itself changes like what you would choose to be playing. And so to me, it felt like an infinite game, which I'm always looking for, like a game that I'm just going to be able to keep getting value out of, never really reach the end of, always feel like I'm learning. I like deeply love a game that I can invest a lot into. I've played Path of Exile, and I have well over 10,000 hours in that godforsaken game. Lovely game, but I have a long time in that game, and I to leave it, I had to find something that I thought I could play as much, and this feels like that might be it. But for that to be true, it has to kind of have a monetization. It has to have other players. Like, that's just point blank. It just has to have other people that enjoy the game the same as I enjoy the game. So, I don't think the way that I'm enjoying the game has changed, but I think that the tons of variety of people who could have found joy in this game, many, many, many of them probably can't anymore because of the structure, so that the pool is smaller. And therefore, the health of the game is quite a bit less. So we will see if they make any changes. God willing, they will. Reynad is kind of famously a salt monster who likes to rile things up and push back and be stubborn. And the immediate negative feedback kind of made him triple down, and so we'll see if that keeps happening. It really depends if people are just complaining or if people are like legitimately leaving. So we'll see. It's unfortunate. I have told all of my friends about this game. I made them promise that they were going to at least try it out for me, and like see if I could get them into it. And then all this happened, and I just like kind of haven't called in those promises now. Like, I'm not entirely sure I want to like be dragging people to it in its current state. So that alone tells me that there's some danger if like someone who loves it as much as me is like not willing to be the word of mouth. It's in a little bit of danger. So yeah. That said, if you don't care about drama, if you don't care about thinking about the player base, the longevity of the game, if you just want to play something that's fun, that's just like you are enjoying yourself, this is fun. This is a blast. It's a very well designed game. It's got a lot going for it. It's quite a bit of fun. So those are my two sides of that coin. So I am deeply, deeply weak right now. I can survive for a long time, but I do not have a lot of damage. We're going to go to him. He has scaling, which means that his damage increases over time, which is bad for us because our healing does not. Our damage does a tiny bit. But we're going against him because we want his scaling. Monsters, when they die, drop their items, and this particular item scales when you heal, and we got a lot of heals, so this would kind of turn our board into something that's decent. So that's what we're doing. I wonder if you're still there. I did put in a plugin that is now giving me a viewer count, but I'm not remotely certain if it's accurate or not. So, yeah, you are. Cool. Then yeah, I think that viewer count's correct. Yeah, I kind of softened my pitch in my go live, like when people are sorting for people. I put the road to legend, which I know gets a lot of people interested, and I was getting a bunch of people into the stream. But I felt a little bit of yesterday. I played terribly. One thing, I was tired because I got like very, very, very little sleep because I've been burning the candle at both ends to try to like spend my days getting the stream ready and decent, and then streaming till 4 in the morning and whatnot. So that was not going too well. And I was really tired, and so I was playing kind of terribly, which is fine. But I was also like reacting to my bad play and getting a little bit in my head and whatnot. And I realized part of it was like as much as I do play the game very competitively and I'm on the ladder and I want to race up the ladder, like right now I want to focus on actually like figuring out how to do the streaming thing well, how to be entertaining. I want to fiddle around a little bit more with the sillier sides of the game. I want to talk a little bit more about the basics for the new people that are in, rather than focus so much on like the advanced gameplay tactics, which are pretty opaque to everyone else playing. Like it bounces people off. And so I was probably attracting an audience that like was going to be disappointed, or I was worried was going to be disappointed, and then so it was making me just like not having fun. I'm trying to be very, very quickly reactive to figuring out where the fun is here and chasing it, because that's what's going to get me to be able to do this going forward. So So, what is this? I wonder how many streams other than mine of this game you've watched, and what this looks like if like there's not a lot of familiarity with what's happening. Because to me, the visual combat of the game is just this weird spammy silliness. It starts making sense, and then you know what you're looking at. I'm like watching my health pool die rapidly to poison, and he's out shielding my damage. She's out shielding my damage, and you know, and I understand the tension that's happening. But the visuals of the combat, because it's like two boards of cards playing against each other, to me seems very silly. It's like when you're watching it, it's just like all Greek to you. Is it like kind of make a little sense? I think I will upgrade my card that gives me value when I go to the vendor. So I can kind of get a little more currency together and hopefully afford a better board. The hero I'm playing right now, Pygmalion, he has a. Everyone has like a couple of things that are special to them. A couple of different like, what's the way to say it? Like it is their character design, right? It's what they're known for. My guy is a shopper. He's like a businessman who's trying to like whatever. So I have properties that I can buy, and you can scale the value of those properties, and they do things based on doing that. And then I have a lot of items that give me value when I do particular things. And so I scale value and either just use that to have a lot of money to just keep buying stuff to upgrade my board, or I use it to directly add value to things that then gives me power. So that's kind of the motif of this character. I do not think I can take Hellbilly. This guy is outrageously powerful because he just has too much scaling. I want his item that gives him scaling, but I'm not going to throw the fight just in the dream of getting it because I just can't do enough damage to get past his defensive scaling. So yeah, so what I'm doing strategy-wise right now is just trying to... I mean, you just kind of keep going shopping and see what items they give you and decide what kind of setups you're gonna be able to put together from that. But in the meantime, my character is always trying to get items that get currency together because every strategy I can do can be leveraged from getting value off of things. Even my like pure weapon strategy, if I get the right skill, which I have suddenly stopped getting. I used to get it every game, and I've suddenly stopped getting ever since I had the idea to use it. If you get the right skill, you could leverage value onto your weapons and give them direct damage from their value. So my early game is trying to get some health together. I generally do damage much slower than the other two characters. I have stronger healing than they do. But one of them has stronger shielding than I do, and shields a little better than heals. But I have more health and more ways to scale health than everybody else in the game. So doing the little value mini game and scaling my health are kind of the two intrinsic or obvious ways that this character can get off the ground. Now, I already have items I want. So this item is pickles, and every time you win a fight, you get one of these free pickles, and they're like they scale damage or do something effect to the items next to them on the board. So that's why my board is filling up with those. Trying to see 17 double cast. This is actually faster and better still, and it's bronze. I definitely want to upgrade this. I kind of want this yo-yo, but I don't have a lot of toys on my board. It only gets damage for toys, and honestly, it's not going to last very long anyway. So, I really need to look for my long-term or at least medium-term pivot because this ain't it. But in the meantime, this is like the fourth time we've gone to Finn here. Finn gives you max health and then can add heal or shield to your items depending on which one you choose. And so our heal items are getting out of control, and our health pool is getting out of control. And that's kind of all we got. This is a huge skill if you only play a 5 item board. Obviously, we got a lot more than 5 right now, but that's a really common archetype that we probably will try to pivot into. So I'm going to grab it preemptively rather than trying to make this board more powerful, because I'd like to not have this board very, very soon. So anyway, other than jabbering about the game, what do you like talking about? Any I don't know. Any general questions, any topics, anything that you're super interested in, that you just want to hear someone babble about or share their thoughts on, or the really hard part about streaming is just the asymmetry. Like, I get to hold the floor for ever and then ask a question and then hold the floor until the answer comes, and you only get like small intermittent responses. Okay, she didn't have much of a board. She was relying entirely on one weapon, which was slow, and so it was never going to get past all these heals. The item I was saying before that one monster had that scales when you heal would be really good right now, because our heals are kind of out of control. So we're going to go fish for that. Bob! This guy gets damage for each like type of thing you have. The little blue tags above the item, like this says medium and apparel. The size doesn't count, but the apparel does. Every different type of item you have, he gets one more attack when he finally goes off. Is kind of his gimmick, which is really fun and different. But he's bad. we tried to play him yesterday and it didn't work out so well. It was not boring. It was not good, but it's not boring. A Bob runs a bit of a blast, but it's also a bit of a loss, which is fine. We're not playing ranked right now, so we could make that pivot, but we just don't have the money for him either. He's egregiously expensive at gold for the level that we are currently at. This encounter gives you a chance at a fight. Oh god. And I think this monster is a day ahead of me, which means that he's going to take my lunch money. Also, he does fire damage, which stacks, so even if I'm healing, he's going to outscale my healing. And so the real way to win a fight against someone like him is to outdamage him, to just like put enough damage to kill him before his fire scales, which we're not going to be able to do. The upside is, when you do the random fight, you only get one fight a day, and you get experience from those fights. You get most of your experience from those fights. And so if you lose your one fight a day, you start falling behind in experience, and the whole game falls apart, kind of unravels on you. But when you pick those extra fights, if you lose them, it's not too terrible. So we're obviously not going to fight him, because we can't win that fight. I guess Sabretooth? I don't know. I'm not very familiar with the other monster either, so not terribly interested in picking that fight. Although I did forget that Fang, he's actually really strong now. We're fine because we out-heal him, and he only does like flat damage. But they increased the cast time of every item in the game. It's the big change this patch, which oddly is more complicated than it sounds like. It makes the interactions between a lot of different types of things very different. And then they lowered the speed of this item. Unfortunately, I can't get it because I have one already of a lower tier, so that won't be able to drop for me, which is too bad, because that's at Diamond and Multicast. It's a great item. But we got a diamond pelt, which is worth some money, so that's cool. I think it doesn't make any sense to get an upgrade hammer. We could fish for a skill, but really we just have to get a board together. That's at Lottle, which can turn into a board. And that's Crook, which can turn at Lottle into a board. This is when the game starts getting fun. The problem is so what it Lottle does is the cooldown is reduced for every 2 damage it has, and it's very slow. So if you manage to figure out how to get a crud ton of damage on there, then crud ton, what am I, like 80? A crap ton of damage on there. Then you can get that guy swinging very, very fast, and then suddenly, and obviously, it now has a lot of damage because you put a lot of damage on there to get it up to that speed. The problem is it's 180 damage you got to get it up to before it's at its max speed, and that's really when it makes sense to be playing it. It's called nuclear. It's 180 damage, or I call it nuclear, until you get a lot of nuclear, which we are a very, very, very far away from. But Crook gives you 8 damage on your items for each medium item you have. So suddenly, that was a big jump from 45 up to 85. And now we're gaming. And then also, because we have 5 or fewer items, this is giving us 25 damage. So it came up a bit. It's still like barely worth having on my board. I'm going to really need to upgrade it, get something that adds damage to my weapons as the fight goes on. I'm still in a bit of a way. This is not yet a board. This is something that knows the board it wants to be, but has not quite. It has aspirations of being a board. That's going to be much better until I get some kind of scaling on it level. Yeah, it has aspirations of a good board, but it is not close to being one yet. Middle can have the very items that it'll get it to being a good board, but I don't have a lot of money. I would be willing to waste my truffles on the right thing, but honestly, it's a free upgrade to just add 10 flat damage, and I don't have to sell anything off. So we're going to do that. Okay. Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I had 6 people in the stream by the end of my first day, and I had 6 or 8 in the stream all day yesterday. So it's Friday night, actually. That makes sense. That it's going to be a different audience. I actually have no idea what the streaming rhythms are, so that's going to be fun getting used to. Do you ever watch streams on weekends? And if you do you watch them around the same time? Because I'm wondering if I should bother holding the same schedule on the weekends, or if I should just play when it's convenient for me on the weekends. Not entirely sure. I think we want money. Okay, this is 95 at 5.7. This is 105 at 5. So this is still the better weapon right now. This is 105 at 7. So this is actually more damage than that is, although this scales a little bit with my bushel here. So this is the best version of the crappy board that I have for the immediate moment. On Sundays sometimes. And is it this kind of late night shift also? That makes sense because it's a work day. It's you kind of treat it the same way. Then again, I don't know anyone's work schedule or what they do, so I don't know if that makes sense or not. She is running a single weapon build. And with Crow's Nest, if you only have one weapon, it heals you for the same amount it deals damage. This build is very powerful and broken and really sucks to go up against. But she has a pretty crappy version of it right now because I think she just pivoted into it, so we're fine. Yeah. Yeah, you just kind of run it like you do a regular work day. So then it totally makes sense to me that my Sunday schedule is the same, which means I'll have to change my graphics and stuff. I threw up a schedule on my graphics that I'm going to do for my away on break and whatnot, but I wasn't sure about the schedule yet. So yeah, I think Sunday through Thursday makes sense to be one block, and then Friday, Saturday are their own thing. Midsworth doesn't have much that we want, except we can cycle weapons, which adds health because of the skill. I don't think we're going to bother spending money on him rerolling, though. Okay, so Kirio's got a lot of just crap. The flavor of his character is that he's robotic. He's a robot, but he's also a junk dealer. His voice lines are great too. Um, and so he has a bunch of small and medium items that the monsters drop. Which most of those are weapons. And again, we have a skill that gives us health for weapons. But a lot of those also are things that, like, when you sell this, do this other thing. And so some of those are when you sell this, give damage to your item. And so that's why he is good to go to add a little bit of flat onto it, Lottle, when you can. I think it Lottle just passed our golf clubs in terms of being valuable. Even though they scale and this doesn't. But then also, I have nothing better to put it on, to put those on at Lottle to get it down a little bit faster. So the game we're playing right now with Square Pig is to just keep getting this guy as powerful as possible until it gets to 180, and then it's nuclear, and then we start winning. How did you get the profile? Yeah, so I unfortunately I used AI to make it right now. Before, if I keep doing this and get affiliate or whatever, before I make a penny off of this channel, I'm gonna get an artist to actually like draw me something that's similar in theme, but like whatever their particular artistic vision is, because I really don't like the idea of using AI. Certainly not making money using something that uses someone else's thing. But I was just trying to have a logo for when I went live. My name, TheGooseFathr, comes from my cat Goose, and she's a black cat with really, really bright green eyes. Yeah, I know. I'm fishing for some right now. I actually have my wife knows a couple of people she worked with that are artists, so I'm already in conversations with them. So that logo is exceptionally temporary. You'll do that. You know artists that do that kind of stuff. I'd be super happy to if you could put me in touch with someone that's that I can pay to get something like that up. Yeah, I know you had a whole stream and stuff before. You got this stuff probably nailed down. Um, yeah, if you have someone that you could put me in touch with, I I'm not poor, but but this is a hobby, so I'm trying to keep it down. But I'm absolutely willing to pay, um, like reasonable competitive rates for it. It's something like I do not want to have that logo. I think it's adorable and it's fitting and whatnot. But obviously, like I'm not ever going to profit a dime off of the stealing of other people's work. So before I go affiliate, that has to be gone. You design channels and websites? Oh, that's right. You work in software house. Cool. Do you Yeah, so one thing I deeply desperately need help with, and I will pop it open here, is like this is my very sad starting soon screen, and I obviously hate this background color. I was just extending the color that came from the background of the photo. Um and so like I could really use help with this, but I need this design to be changed, and I don't know if that takes like an actual like someone who does that kind of digital art, probably, but like I want another version of this. He's also in kind of a really modern suit, and my idea was I wanted him to be like her, because this is actually supposed to be the goose, but I feel like it's representative of me more so. I don't know. The gender's funny. Um, I wanted it to look like The Godfather, right? Like I want it to have that vibe. So I want the suit to be older and more rustic. I want this to be browns instead of grays. But her eyes have to be like an arresting green, because that's Goose. She has. We got her from the shelter when she was 14. And she had apparently been with the same person forever, and that person passed away. Can I show you some ideas? Absolutely. Can you send them through my Discord? I can respond on the Discord. I think is probably the best way, since I think we're already friends on Discord. Yeah, that sounds great. And as I said, I'm happy to pay for help. Like I am not looking for handouts. I am super happy. I would love. I want to be able to say, yeah, this is art from this artist. Cool. That's amazing. Yeah, you gave me access to the community. I wasn't able to get in when I first linked up, so I'll have to double check that and figure out how to do that. We're probably gonna lose this fight. We don't have any way to scale it Lottle over 2.8, and so our board became a pumpkin. Um, we're getting close, but unfortunately, we just never got a in combat scaling option, and she has a very fast weapons board that is going to bash our face in. We're gonna lose pretty hard here. Actually, are we getting carried by a bronze bushel? They buffed this item 3 times in a row, and I don't know why, because it was fine before. It was balanced before. It's not now. I just beat a deeply superior board because I have one crappy heal item that is just carrying. So, one of the reasons why the community is a little upset about all the changes is because whether or not the balance, whether or not it's fair, will come down mostly in part to whether or not the new cards are balanced, right? Because if they're too powerful, then everyone who doesn't have those cards is going to feel cheated. Oh my god. Not only did we just upgrade at Lottle, but we also got our next pivot, which is Caltrops. I do love this game. I do love this game, and when it's popping off, it's popping off. I'm going to put the value on at Lottle, which is not financially ideal, but can net us some damage if we get the right skill. I'm a little... Oh, no, it should be Boomerang that goes away. And do we have... Is there a particular... No, there's not. You often get skills that give you damage based on the location of your items, so when I'm trying to make this one get to a certain level, you have to be really fiddly about where you put it on your board. So that's amazing, yeah. But I would love to, all the streamers that I've ever really liked and whatnot have kind of custom art and, an artist friend or a artist member of their community that did the art for them, and that to me feels obviously the direction I dream to get to, so. I'm not 100% sure we could beat this guy. But we would do it that way and give it a shot, I guess. Are you yay me? Ugh. So I'll say the hard part with streaming is like you make yourself audience dependent, or I'm not sure what the right answer is. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to like be aware of who my actual audience is and play to them, be playing to my dream audience, like make the content you think you want to make, even if like the people in the room then don't like it. I still think that I mean I say that out loud, but as I say it, I know that that's the right answer. I do that a lot. Nope. Yeah, so I'm like I think I want to be geared more towards newer players, but I also just want to be. I also just would rather just have a stream that's like talking about stuff while I'm playing, and the game's slightly more tangential, and like I'm willing to talk about anything. Like I know most streamers who are just like video gamers. We're just trying to hear the game. People ask them politics questions and that, and they get absolutely freaked out. And I'm like here for that. Like that sounds fun to me. Like like I'm ready to like I'm up for having a stream that just kind of goes everywhere and is covering anything people just feel are interested in talking about and whatnot. But I don't know how you pitch yourself that way. it's pretty clear to me that my title is saying days 3 of streaming is turning people off. Like, people aren't coming for that reason. Because I had quite a bit more just right at the start of day yesterday. I mean, it is Friday. That still also might have a thing. So I'm wondering if I should change that. I don't know. I'm deeply overthinking it. I should probably just, like, not. Also, one of the least interesting things, from my perspective, when I'm watching a streamer is for them to talk inside baseball. It's for them to just be like, well, the problem with my stream today is... Okay, do we want experience or flat damage? And I think it has to be flat damage until it becomes a real boy. Can we beat Wandering Shoal? Maybe-ish. It does a lot of attacks, so it'll beat itself to death in our Caltrops. This item that I was all stoked about when we got does damage whenever they use an item. So it's basically a why are you hitting yourself weapon, which is really funny. I have had games where I got this up to an unreasonable number with like an extra enchant that did extra damage, and so I just took everything else off my board and just had that there so people would just beat themselves to death. Okay, cool. I will check it out. That is really sweet of you, and I'm excited. Yeah, I'm interested in kind of going in a direction like having an artist pick a direction for me. Like, I'm not terribly set, like, have a visual aesthetic that I need to have in my head or anything like that. I do know that, like, my channel name is TheGooseFathr, and I want to, like, play on that pun, so I want it to be, you know, winking or nodding at the Godfather. And then I know that I kind of want the visual to be a representative of Goose, the cat who is inspiring the channel. And then beyond that, I'm kind of up for whatever, like, art style looks good and, like, is fun and playful and, like, a representation of the artist. I think it's... Oh, gosh. That looks scary. Oh, we're fine. Dooley now has access to this item. It used to be super rare, and it's more access now, and it just gives all of your items double cast. So it can be a little terrifying, but it was not. Also, we have Caltrops, so the faster he is, the more he hurts himself. Stop hitting yourself, Dooley. Okay, that does it. Atlatl is fully nuclear. It is a real boy. I guess I can keep throwing damage onto it. There's nothing I want from the small weapons vendor. So we're going to do that. The problem is like, they changed the way the gameplay. This board looks like somebody got a full night's rest. My guy, it is. I rewatched my stream from yesterday, and those were some bad choices. Those, like, that was not luck. That was a guy who was too tired to... Although this is a bad choice. I'm about to lose because I picked a fight I can't win. A good night's rest does not change the fact that I still haven't gotten used to playing while talking, as is evidenced by that choice to fight him. I should have known. I have to have some kind of bonk or something. Caltrops is useless again in this fight. And we're really behind on XP, but this run is kind of a not... This is actually a not try-hard run. We're not even in ranked. So... I hate this. It's so it's always diamond. Caltrops is always at diamond, and that makes it 16 gold minimum for 10 damage upgrade. Like, when does that get good? Also, though, that makes me remember this is probably better than the boomerang. No, that's got to go off too many times for me to recoup the damage. Never mind. Boomerang's better. I have a boomerang on my board right now. That's not good. But thanks for popping in, man. It's good to see you. I might go to ranked next. I don't know. I'm not sure. One thing I'm feeling is that you really have to play a lot to work up the ladder in ranked. Just the structure of it. You don't lose any ranks as long as you get 4 wins, and most people are going to get 4 wins all the time. It's pretty hard not to. Not hard not to, but if you're playing ranked, you should be able to consistently get 4 wins. And then you gain for getting 7 or 10. And so moving up the ladder really just means you play a lot of games. That's unfortunate. That's one of the worst enchants for us to have on that model. I'm going to have to overwrite it. So, to reasonably start doing the rank 1 rush, which is what I really wanted to be doing, I got to play a lot. And in my time where I'm not streaming right now, I'm learning to stream. Like, I try to get some title cards together. I tried to create separate scenes in my things, so if I need to walk away for a minute, I can put on a be right back screen and it have music from the game and all that kind of stuff. Just trying to do all the leveling up stuff when you're starting to do this for the first time. And then I kind of have a day job ish, that I do some work at. And so I'm just like playing significantly less than I ever have. And so I'm not sure I can say that I'm like pushing up the ranks. I'm falling in the ranks, even though I have a decent win rate, simply by virtue of the fact that I'm not playing as much as the other people who are in Legend. So, and then also yesterday, just having that in my thing that said like we were doing the road to rank 1, I felt like people who popped in to see that, like people who popped in to like see somebody who's on like racing to rank 1 or whatever would have been really disappointed because I was fuzzy and tired and playing like crap. And then I think I was getting down because I was worried I was disappointing. And I don't know. I was so much happier the first day, but I know day 1 high. Like I totally know that's because that's the vibe. But yeah, so just figuring out what the hell I'm doing with myself, with my life, and thinking I want to be a little bit more on the casual side in terms of what my stream looks like. And the silly side, I would like to play. I'm not terribly evidenced right now playing Square Pig. But this is what the gods gave us. But kind of interested in playing some, seeing if we could try sillier things. I am starting with the enchant right now, the small enchant item. I know, right? You're like 700, you go to sleep. You like gain 200 ranks, you just cram all day. You play your ass off, you gain 200 ranks, you go to bed, you wake up, you're further behind than when you started. It's not defeating at all. Nufu's a trap. We know this. We do have money. We have money, but Nufu always does me fairly dirty. I don't want to add leftmost because I would want it. I mean, I would eventually want it on my Lion Cane if I got a Lion Cane. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's not worth it to do that, and then it's not worth it to reroll because Nufu is a trap. I make sure to say it every time right before I pick Nufu so that we can all laugh at me, because I still pick Nufu even though Nufu's a trap. So this is currently like 50 damage a second-ish, is that correct? Yes? Oh no, 40 damage a second because it's... So if I hit this 4 times... Yeah, it would take a fight that went to about 9 to 10 seconds before Grindstone would outpace Boomerang. And honestly, with Caltrops, I don't think we're going to have a fight that long. Either Vanessa has a single weapon that out-heals her the amount of damage that she's going to do to herself, or Vanessa's going to beat herself to death. It's one of the two things, and unfortunately for us, it's the first one. Hopefully we can outpace her regen. Looks like we can. Yeah, I don't think... She just hasn't gotten her stuff put together yet. It's day 10. This is a pretty rough day 10 board. But we've all been there. So, TheGooseFathr, I'd like to ask, if you don't mind answering, what brought you into the stream in the first place? Was it like anything in the title that seemed interesting to you? Was it just you were kind of poking around at new people? What is it you and you too, Amelia? What is it y'all look for, like that kind of catches your eye if you're willing to invest the time into like someone you haven't seen before? We don't need the money. Definitely not helping us. Oh, I think I lost him. I think I lost the TheGooseFathr. Or I lost somebody. Not sure who. I'm wondering if I should turn that off. I watched that a little bit too much. I'm not sure that makes me better at this by kind of noticing and reacting to who's here or to who I think's here, to how many people I think I'm casting to. I think I might be better if I'm just casting into the void and imagining the audience I want to have. So this item's fun. It just destroys items on your enemy's board. But it's hard to kind of get a board that like makes it go fast enough to where it's any good, but it's really fun to play around with. Burn and charge a shield item. If we got the right enchants, that can be silly. You can get your one weapon to like auto spin itself into oblivion.
Imagine the wonders waiting for us in the ground.
Okay, Pearl. Give me something enchanted and silly. None of these are enchanted, and none of them are very silly either. That is technically better than Boomerang sitting on my board doing nothing. So as to not have a ridiculously bad board, we'll put it on there. We have a bad board that's being carried by Caltrops, which, if you get the right matchup, just is an auto win. So, we'll do temporary boost because 25 more damage on Caltrops. And then we'll see if Vanessa is the one Vanessa build that... Well, there's a lot of builds that she has that can do silliness and stay alive. Like if she get the lifesteal skill. Oh, man. How does she have so many diamond skills? So we're definitely dying here. One of the monsters drops a skill that gives you all of your weapons lifesteal. Which means every time she hits me, she heals. And we still possibly could have won had she not also had heal on her largest weapon, and also had an item that blows up for 40% of my health. And the reason we possibly could have won is because I have a lot more health than she does, but she had an item that converted my own health into damage, and that didn't end well for us. We are in day 12, so this build is a little long in the tooth. I have tons of value. I have lots of stuff I can do right now. Or I have tons of money. I have tons of items that sell for a lot of money. I have value I can drop on the items. I just kind of need the right skill would be a big deal. A better enchant. Now the question is, do I put poison on my Caltrops? Yes. So now every time they hit themselves, they also poison themselves. So that would have won the last fight. That'd be pretty huge. And now I get an upgrade, so I get to add more flat damage on all my weapons. So, unfortunately, we're pretty behind in experience. We're actually fighting people who have all of these upgrades right now, or not necessarily these, but who have gotten through the skill and the upgrade item and whatever. So, we were very close to winning that fight despite that. I think I'm going to change my title for my stream here. See if that interests anybody. Legend Pig Player. Forever free to pay. Okay. We updated that. We'll see if anyone gets interested in it. So what do you do while you're watching a stream, Amelia? If you haven't landed on a game yet, you movies, read, music. My day was good. I worked today, which is fine. My job is I'm underemployed, like deeply underemployed, which is good. It means I don't have to do much. I've turned most of my job into code. I think it's usually correct to go here to get more damage, but we have most of the flat damage skills. So we're gonna see if we can get something weird from Madeira. That's okay. I really want the value one though. First time you burn. Well, that would be great if we had burned. Fire fewer items, you get crit chance. That's something. So I, worked. Didn't spend a lot of time on that. I actually spent most of my time trying to just get a couple of things together, like get those screens together, learning how to put music behind my background for my stalling screen. You gonna start reading books, Jess? You okay? All right, now we're on a subject that I know. What's your reading genre? Are you romance, fantasy, murder mystery? What's your like main genre, and then what's your like cozy subgenre that you like? Like I, for the longest time, was like deep fantasy nerd that like the high fantasy side, but I've done everything. I have a friend who like loved romance and preached the virtues of how romance was like progressivism over time, and so I read massive chuck tons of romance after that. It kind of got me on the train. Mystery horror, not my most read genre. It is one of my most watched TV genres. Um, Mystery horror. I definitely don't read the horror genre, unfortunately. Trying to think of mystery that's. I'm gonna have to ponder. I will find something. Romance, I gotcha. What now? Now we have to do all the sub questions if we're doing romance. Like, what's your subgenre? What's your Are you friends to lovers? Are you Regency? Are you I read a weird AI one recently where the AI who loved me. Not the best book, but it was kind of silly and fun. She turns out to yeah, not to spoil it. I won't spoil it, but like it had a plot that kind of went off the rails in a fun way. Yeah, the AI who loved me. Um, that one was pretty fun. I thought it was not. I don't know. I enjoyed it. I it did what it was supposed to do. I think with romance, that's more important than anything else. Like I do the same thing. That would be creepy then. Well, so she meets this AI, um, and she just went through some kind of trauma, like a physical accident or something. You're not entirely sure. They're a little vague. Um, and then she meets the next door neighbor's nephew who just came, and you very quickly get that the nephew is an AI, and it's not a spoiler because it's the title. Um, is that better than my crappy katana? It's slower, so I'm not sure it is. Um, and so, but she has this familiarity and pull towards this person, and but he's acting weird because he doesn't have social skills. It's actually a I thought it was a very cute, like, a metaphor for like autism, like for being attracted to a person that like doesn't have all the same social skills, but is still a charming, lovely, whatever person. um, but then they like went pretty far into the backstory of how they you know how the AI works in this world, how the government works, how whatever, and it became a little bit of an intrigue mystery. um, well, we just got our face kicked in. We get one more chance at 10 wins, but it doesn't really matter because we're not running ranked this second. Okay, we have. Didn't we have a skill that was Board Charge Shield? I thought we had another. We didn't. Maybe we had an option at it and I didn't go for it because we had no burn. So we're going to go re-enchant because we have several things that would be better than burn. Watch, I get crit again. Whoa. Among the things that are better than burn on this weapon is just freezing. They're bored. That's disgusting. That is broken. That is going to be fun. Okay. We're in the money. So I have to think of. Oh! I know the book. I know the book. Have you heard of The Secret Life of Addie LaRue? Yeah, I'm definitely going to stream tomorrow. Probably a little later, Saturday, Sundays. I'm going to stream at 11. Yeah, Saturday night. Eventually, I will find a new thing. So, The Secret Life of Addie LaRue is a excellent book. It's a little bit of a romance. I do understand that people who are huge on romance like have feelings about whether or not the book has a perfect happily ever after or not. And so this does not necessarily meet that criteria if you're that kind of romance reader. Doesn't sound to me like you are. But it has a little bit of a mystery at the heart of it. It has a little I don't know how to explain it. It's just an excellent, excellent story. This this woman goes. She's about to get married off. She doesn't get to choose. Her father's having her married, and she heard the stories from her grandmother about the kind of the fae or whatever that live in the woods that'll grant you wishes. But you never go to the ones who will grant you wishes at night. But she's running away from her wedding, and it just turns dark when she calls out for the fae to grant her wish, so that she can get away and not be married. And this fae grants her wish, but does it by there's a couple of stipulations. I forget how it ends up this way, but she gets to be immortal, but no one ever remembers her. As soon as they turn around, they forget her. And so now you're several hundreds of years later in the modern world, and you're watching her kind of live a life where you kind of are a vagabond, right? Like, you can't rent an apartment. You just kind of have to steal everything because you can't hey, Jimmy, you know me? No, this is the first 10 minutes. This is you learn this right away. And so you start in the present day. You get that little bit is like half an hour, or probably like 20 pages, and then you're into the romance. I promise I'm giving you the back book cover, not the story. Um,
Oh, what's
so
the trouble?
yeah,
Can we talk about it?
I do not spoil books, or I try not to spoil books. The Secret Life of Addie LaRue. Um, and it's a gorgeous story. It's just a fantastic story. I'm a
You
huge
always
fan.
tried hard,
Um,
but people thought it was weird.
so we have so many choices here. I'm just not even sure what to do with myself. We're just making. I mean, throw that away. I don't need to like stack more money. I'm too rich right now. Ledger's not going to do much because I have to buy and sell stuff, and I don't have a lot of board space. Um, I'm on my last day, so I'm not going to be able to make phonograph work, and I'm not going to get rid of caltrops anyway, so I don't care. I suppose I could use this to cycle. Sorry, I'm just talking out loud to think through my play really quick, and then we can go back to books. Do you have any particular books that are like really high on your list? Do you watch? Do you have a lot of time to watch movies? Do you watch movies? I'm telling everybody about a movie right now which is against my personal code. I don't normally suggest movies that like you got to go buy that aren't on any streaming service. You can rent it from for like $4 on Amazon or on Apple TV or whatever, but it's like not on any streaming service right now. And usually that's just enough for me to not suggest it to anybody because because why would you? Everyone has too much to watch. Everyone has too many free things that they're paying for. They don't want to go out of their way. But there is a movie. It's not a series. It's a movie uh, that is the most concentrated depiction of kindness that I've ever seen. Um, it's beautiful. It's sad. It's not weepy sad, but it's a little melancholy and exploring. It's gorgeous. It's called 9 Days. The letter's not the number. Um, I watched it about 3 weeks ago and I can't get it out of my head. It easily became my favorite movie of all time. It's just gorgeous. It's beautiful. Yeah, yeah. The premise is this guy's in some. They don't explain the lore. This guy is in some place that's kind of like heaven-ish, I guess. It's where souls go to be born, and he's watching on these like old school digital style television sets the lives of a bunch of people, and and you get that he's the person that picks people to go be born on Earth, and so the movie is a couple. He's picking between a couple of people that come to his house as to who gets the opportunity to go and be born. And the movie's really about like the what it is to be a kind person in a hard world. And it's gorgeous. It's like heartbreakingly beautiful. That is easily my favorite movie. So anyway, that's my movie recommendation, which you did not ask for. Um, but if you ever watch it, you have to tell me you watched it so that I can then say a sentence to you from the movie or that's like describing a scene of the movie that my wife and I now use as a shorthand to mean like an extraordinary act of kindness. There's a scene that was so intensely kind and sweet that like I now use the description of that for like when somebody is just being, you know, yeah, just an extraordinary act of kindness. Um, cannot gush enough about that movie. Um, so this is our last fight, whether we win, lose, or draw. They have a pretty powerful, cool looking build, but unfortunately for them, we freeze everything. And then we bonk. So we won. So we got our 10 wins. Um, what kind of series are you also in mystery for series or? I'm not done with it, so I can't tell you if it ends well, which is obviously the most important part of a mystery. But I am watching the Prestige show with Sterling K. Brown, um, Paradise, which so far is very good. Has us pretty riveted. In fact, my wife's a little upset that I started streaming this week because we were supposed to finish it. So tomorrow, right after dinner, we're gonna binge the last couple to finish it. It's one of those shows that like you get into has it loses it a little bit, but it starts off with like Lost vibes, not the oh my god we're gonna ask so many questions and never answer them and you're gonna want to kill something Lost vibes, but like the early what's going on. I feel compelled to kind of Lost vibes. Seems pretty good so far. Any particular series you like? Or genre, sorry. Any particular genre or even a series would give me a clue. So I think we're going to go ranked now. I think we're warmed up. I don't love getting absolutely nothing out of playing the non-ranked. That doesn't feel great. That new decision of theirs is a little sketch. Okay. The problem with playing ranked is that we got to do like the correct play instead of the fun play. So, oh well, here we are. Going to, gosh, this is brutal. This is pretty bad. God, I actually paid for a reroll at Curio, and then he whiffed me with no weapons. Oi. Okay. I don't think we can beat Viper, unfortunately, so we're gonna go against this guy. So let's see. I can pull up my list of what we've watched recently because we've had a couple of series that we really loved. I don't know if you've ever seen The Good Place, but that's one of the greatest shows. It's a comedy about philosophy, kind of. It's I mean that's like the deep sub theme is they actually had an on-hand philosopher in the writing crew to like constantly have like moral philosophy weaved in and out of the show, which sounds terribly boring. This is not my sales pitch. This is just the fun fact about it. But yeah, that show is very good. Went on for a couple of seasons and it nailed the landing, which nobody ever does, and so that one's worth recommending just by virtue of the fact that it does not make you sad when it like kills itself in the landing at the end. I'm going to quickly pull up my Google Doc to remember exactly what is in the Lost. I always forget the Abandoned Jungle one. 1 second, sorry. We have... That is not it. It doesn't have my doc in here. Oh, it's on sheets instead of docs. There it is. Sorry, this is riveting, I know. Watching me like fish for a document on another screen. Here we go. So, yeah, I just have a doc that has every monster encounter or monster notes on all the monsters you can fight and what drops are good for us, every encounter, what they offer, and whether like what tier they are for us, and then like our level up rewards and all that kind of stuff. But I do have to actually reference it sometimes because I forget what comes in some of these. So Jungle Ruins is 3 regen or 2 bronze tier loot items, which is not good at all. So that is not something we're going to do. We don't have any money, though. I think we have to just take the loot items and sell them. Oh, 4 gold or a neutral item. I read the wrong one. I went to my thing just to read the wrong one. Gold. We'll take gold. If you notice, I'm huge. Okay, I'm going to update my title again to what it was yesterday. So, okay. Are we losing? No, we're not losing because she completely blew her load. This is the build that was like the most oppressive before. And now because they can't upgrade their items, they actually don't close out the fight on day one. And so people aren't supposed to be playing that build on day one anymore. But she didn't get the memo. Malian main. Happy to teach or chat about anything. Ask me your most oddball question. That is my new tag for the stream. We'll see if anyone cares. Okay. Pop it over here. There we go. Done. Okay. All right. So let's see. Let's see what we get. We have a square pig board fashioning itself up here, which is a good board. We just saw it was a good board. We won 10 runs with it, but it's not a fun board. That kind of rounds it out pretty well, which implies that that's what we're doing even more. Let's see here. We could put Flail on the board, and for right now, we can put Ganjo because we're going to use it for our PvE fight. And then we could... Oh, no, I shouldn't be selling off my weapons because I want to get that Rigo Blade up to silver before I start selling things because I get more value out of it that way. Defense grid is pretty good. It's not good now, but it's good eventually, especially if we're able to do a little bit more health stacking than we have so far. We kind of haven't been able to get that off the ground. I think the income's the best thing here. Okay, can I beat Rogue Scrapper? Is a question I have to ask myself every game. We scale. Do we scale hard? No, but we scale. I think we're fine. This might be one of those I forget that something happened to something and now he's more powerful and I lose. But I don't think it is. Yeah, I think we're fine here. Unfortunately, the first few swings he completely out-heals our damage, which is a little depressing. So it feels like we start pretty behind, but we're going to catch up because Flail's scaling and Flail hits 3 times. There we go. Now we're in it. Now we are in it. And this one will kill him. And we win. Huzzah! I like how my feel for the new patch because of the bonk is so busted that I like wonder if I'm going to win a fight that I win at half health. Like... The problem is a lot of people have figured it out already. They have had enough hours on the patch to actually like get the feel for it, and they now definitely know which fights they win and lose, like we all used to. And I just haven't played enough, so I was. Hey, I was talking to you in chat. I didn't see. Are you talking about Discord? I'm so sorry I didn't see. Now I refresh the tab. So there's something from the chat that didn't come through? Oh my gosh, that sucks. Well, that's deeply disturbing if I'm like just missing chat from people. I'm gonna go into my stats real quick and make sure I'm not like dropping frames and maybe that's causing it. It shouldn't do anything on Twitch's side, but my gosh, is that very disturbing. Yeah, I didn't receive on my end, but I'm just wondering if you frame drop sometimes. Yeah. So I wasn't ignoring you. I'm super sorry. That wasn't me ignoring you. I have no idea why I didn't get them through, but nothing came through. That sucks. I'm gonna get an item, hoping to get another weapon. Or that's fine. Actually, that's not bad because then we can scale. And we'll get the hammer. And then if we upgrade our this guy, not that guy, then we can sell off our bronzy and put a little bit of sauce on it and then see where we are for this fight. We're not particularly strong. We're not particularly weak. I think we're a little weak against early Dooley. Early Dooley, like, always has at least a mid board. Um, it kind of can't whiff like we can. Am I afraid of that? I don't think I am. I think I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. 6 or 7 messages you didn't receive. Oh, that totally sucks. So I had talked about the movie that I was saying was like what I think is it. By the way, I just noticed that he has some kind of recovery I didn't even notice. How did he fully recover? Regen. Oh, when you burn regen. And so he ended the fight with like 50 regen. So I misunderstood what was happening there. It's talking about the movie. I talked about The Secret Life of Hattie LaRue. My favorite series. Yeah, I talked a little bit about The Good Place as being recent that I liked a lot. My favorite all-time series is like very dated and is not something like it's West Wing from like way back in the day. But it's got problems. Like I'm not a West Wing stan who thinks that it's like a perfect piece of cinema or anything. It was just like a thing for a time. I have a lot of nostalgia about that show. So that's definitely one. It's always hard to like pull off the top of your head. Favorite series. I can check through my phone real quick to see the ones that we watched recently that we liked. But all time is always a little hard for me. Do you have like an all time list? I feel like all time lists are like so dependent on you having a good memory instead of being like a goldfish who like I am who's like, oh, I like this thing I saw 3 days ago. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in here that would like in any way make my all time list. Yeah. I really like sci-fi television. It's kind of one of my genres. I gotta think real quick. Cash Cannon scales pretty well, but we don't have any. We don't have any income right now. I'm not sure that's the play. Um, yeah, I would have to say that that definitely makes my list. Or sorry, I said sci-fi, but then I didn't say what show. That's sci-fi that I really, really loved is The Expanse. Was just like a very hyper realistic sci-fi, the kind where like um, the ships have to like the physics was realistic. I don't know why that matters. I don't know why that's part of the sales pitch. I'm sure as I say that, everyone else's eyes glaze over. But for me, the hyper realistic physics was cool until they got into a little bit more like alien stuff that like got a little bit more magic hand wavy, but that was fine. But that kind of like what the universe would look like 100 years from now if we actually did colonize our solar system, which actually looks a lot more like we just have long haul ships that travel to the asteroids to mine ice and water because that's actually the rarest resource in the universe, and then everything else is really a matter of trying to acquire, build space stations and turn planets into livable places, and all that requires water. So like the main job in the universe is either working a job on a space station that's probably not going to pay very well, or being like a long haul trucker, like the space version of a long haul trucker. It just was very hyper realistic and interesting. I am sure your eyes have glazed over already. I am aware that this is not a sales pitch for people who aren't already in love with sci-fi. That series was very, very fun for me. Um, kind of curious what to do here. So I have to get it Lottle to silver. I need to start getting damage skills, but Jabalian Longbow is the biggest single power bump I can get right now. I think the answer is to play towards my next board state, not my current one. My current one can probably win because of the damage scaling. So this and this is actually the most power I can put on the board. Oh, I meant to swap those out. I guess since this is the one doing multicast, that'll get the crit. And yeah, not the best board, but I want that on there right now for a PvE fight. Nope. What are the games you like? Yeah, I think I talked about it before. The only other game I played recently is Path of Exile and then the Path of Exile 2 expansion, which is ARPG, which if you don't know Path of Exile, then you don't know ARPG, and that isn't helpful to anybody, but is a, you kind of, you start every single one. No, I'm not going to stream that. I've actually played that one forever, for 10,000 hours, and had dreams of streaming it over and over again, and then just never got around to it. And I think part of the problem with that game is that it's deeply complicated. It turns new players off, and they decided to come out with PoE 2, which is much more new player friendly, but just doesn't have the parts that I love. So that was kind of the end of it for me, unfortunately. It kind of moved to a different audience, and that's where they're putting the resources, which totally makes sense for the game, and I'm happy for them, but like, it's no longer like geared towards me anymore, unfortunately for me. But it is deeply, deeply complicated, overly complicated. The joke is to just Google Path of Exile skill tree, and if your eyes don't roll into the back of your head, you're not a human. It is so complex. And that was the fun of that game for me entirely, is just how kind of idiotically complex it is. There's hundreds of skills you could choose from to play. You have like several different classes you could start with, and each one has 3 subclasses, which gives you a bunch of different ways that change those skills, of the hundreds you could pick in the first place. And then all of your gear further modifies all of your skills. And so if you're playing the game for the first 2,000 hours, you need a guide. You need to like watch a streamer and pick a guide, because it's just intelligible to a normal human being, or to any human being who just hasn't played 2,000 hours. And then eventually, you can kind of like wait out on your own and design your own builds, and then realize you made horrible, tragic life choices, and like go back to a guide for a while. And the thing I like about that game is actually the build design phase. The patch notes come out. You see all of the item changes, just like a raw data dump of like every tiny thing that changed on each and every item in the game, and then parsing through that to decide what it means in terms of what got powerful and what got weak, and then designing a build is the really, really, really fun part of that game for me. But then there's the gameplay loop, which is that you actually have to go in. Oh gosh. So sorry, real quick, I need to decide what I'm doing with my life. I think this is good. I don't like that I am charging up boots, so I like that better. Although I don't want a bronze item on my board when boots finally fires off, which isn't mean anything to you, but sorry, I'm talking out loud as I'm doing it. So that part where you design the game then stops, and then you start playing the game. And playing the game is just a slow, you kill monsters and work through the first 10 acts, like the story mode of the game. And you have to, every season, it starts over at the beginning of that. Um, and then when you get to the end of the story mode, you go into maps, and now you start working towards big bosses, and then bigger bosses, and then bigger bosses. Sorry, his new voice lines are loud in my audio. Um, and then they drop cool items and whatnot, and then you put those items together to become more powerful, and it's kind of like you farm the game to get better items so that you can better farm the game. That's the loop, right? Um, and that's not the fun part for me. The fun part for me is designing this cool build that'll go together and be super powerful in the end. But I gotta like grind my way there every season, which is okay, but isn't as fun as the design. And so this game is that fast. It's a much tightened version of that gameplay loop, which is that you are kind of coming up with a design for where you want to go, what you're hoping to like put together. You have a lot of ideas in your head. You know a lot of things work together, but you can't just like perfectly plan a build. You have to like on the fly plan a build because you don't know what resources you're going to get. Um, and that translates into every single game is the little mini game loop that Path of Exile used to be for me, which is where you uh, take a bunch of new information and squish it around to figure out like what the best combo is to get to the most broken, cool, powerful thing that you can get to. And so this game lets me do that once an hour instead of once every 3 months. And so that's, yeah, so this is my game right now until I find something. Absolute professional I am. I just pulled out my headset microphone. So yeah, so I think the gameplay loop of that is pretty fun for a lot of people, and Path of Exile 2 I think is much more accessible for a lot of people. So I would very much recommend that game. That one I can recommend a little bit more than this one, but it's if you get like if you get overwhelmed and you don't like that feeling, you can't play that game. Um, that game is for people who something makes them feel stupid and they say challenge accepted. Like that feeling of, oh my god, what the hell even is this? It's so complicated, has to make you excited. And that's a very, very small group of people. And so their expansion obviously was, hey, we understand that's a very, very small group of people. We should probably not make it so daunting. And they very successfully did that. But they did it by virtue of like reducing a lot of the complexity, but also just a lot of the components. And so there's just a lot less to do right now. There's a lot less to think about. There's a lot less of that hyper nerdy, you know, design problem solution cycle that I love about it. And then they kind of announced that they pulled all of their resources from the first game. We thought that we were going to get to like keep the first game on the same cycle, and it turns out we weren't because second game was just wildly successful, and so they just needed resources. They're also a New Zealand company, and they can't hire new people like we can. You have to prove if you want to hire an outsider that that person doesn't exist there, that there's no one in New Zealand that can do that job, and obviously if you just think through how bureaucratically impossible something like proving that is, it takes them a very long time. And so they needed resources fast and they couldn't hire new people, and so they had to pull them from the one game. And it ended up being like my game just kind of went on hiatus, and we think it'll come back, but we're not sure. And so, yeah. So that's what happened there. So then in July, I found this guy, or January, I found this guy and I started playing, and I'm in love. But we will see how it goes if it gets itself righted, or if they kind of are on the path to their doom this early. It feels a little Feels a little impossible that they don't pivot. They're at the point where they finally get to get paid a little bit for all the hard work, and if that doesn't immediately start paying, I think they would be responsive to that. But you never know. It's people in the end. It's not like perfect economic business. Um, it's just people being responsive or not. So that guy upgraded my spare change to gold because I didn't have anything else bronze. I could probably get rid of that. I'm kind of doubting I'm going to end up with another one, which will then start upgrading the rest of my board. I really need. What do I need? I don't even know what I need right now. I guess I can value cycle in case cash cannon pops, which it's not going to do unless I get ledger. That's probably something I don't need to waste space on. That's never going to come to fruition. I really need coconut so I can start storing that value instead of having to throw it away. I do not need Bob. Poor Bob got dealt dirty this batch. That guy came out and was so broken that they had to hot fix him in like a day, less than a day, I think. And then I think they overcorrected, and now he's kind of a little bit worthless.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Okay. We're doing all right. I mean, we're getting ourselves into yet another square pig board. It's just so kind of easy this league. Upgrade a silver or lower. We already got it Crook upgraded. That's only 10 more damage on Itlotl, which is a safe play, but like this is a very rare event to waste for 10 damage when there's a lot of not rare events that would give me 10 damage. I could put it on Regal Blade, which would allow that to get out of control. Or I could fish for a weapon skill to try to get Itlotl into danger zone, and then I know I have a solid permanent board. It's really between Regal and the skill fishing. I think it's always the bird in the hand. So we'll do that, and then we'll start weapon cycling a little bit more. Yeah, I think I'm here on this game for a while. I have a lot of ideas and things that I get excited about. I'm a person who's interested in everything. I just get wildly excited about lots and lots of things. And so actually like converting that interest into a thing, like I have like 3 unwritten books. I have lots of stuff. And just a lot of not fully started projects, not just aborted projects, but projects that just kind of like die a little early. My Discord, let me see if I can I think it's in my bio on Twitch is probably the fastest way to find it. Let me see if I can find my bio to give it to you. I really feel like the UI for Twitch is god awful. It is like deeply difficult to find anything about anybody on here. Seeing my bio, but I'm not seeing my Discord connected, even though I have absolutely put it there. Oh lordy be, I'll just have to go ahead and open up my Discord to find it. I'm hoping it doesn't open on my main screen. It does. Hoping I'm not doxing myself there. And then let's see, how do I share the server? Invite people. Copy. Okay, so sorry about that. Actually, the copy copies hidden button. I'm really sorry. I'm a little technically inept right now. And where did my Discord go? Invite friends to the TheGooseFathr server. There we go. I think I was able to send you an invite directly to the server. So, and then I copied the link, and I'm going to see again if I could throw it into the chat. Didn't work the first time, but let's see. Yeah, I think I was trying to send you an invite to my the TheGooseFathr Discord server, not just my Discord server. But I have really not done Discord much. I don't know it very well at all, so I'm starting to. It's one of the many things I'm spending a little time trying to learn. It's embarrassing when you're old and like you're behind all the technology. Like I am in systems design for a living, so I don't feel like I'm overwhelmed by technology, but I do feel like I am behind because I just have not had the same need in my personal life to be as familiar with a lot of the things that everyone else has to. Because me and my old friends are perfectly fine in text message. Where do you use? Oh, Discord on mobile. I use it on PC. I have it on mobile too, but I use mainly PC. So I can get filthy rich by going to investment pitch. I get a little experience, or I could get flat damage on it, Lottle, and Regal Blade damage. So that didn't seem like I needed to talk that out to know the answer. That answer felt obvious. Okay. Come on, more weapons. Okay. Reuse everything. These are my favorite voice lines.
City folk is so pushy. That's been sitting there 20 years waiting for you.
I will say, one of the things I can definitely recommend about this game.
That's a bargain.
The voice lines, the music, it's fantastic. Some of the like character archetypes are even fun. They do a very good job with that kind of stuff, which usually people don't care about. Especially for this kind of card gathering-esque game. Most people, like, most of those games are like really cheesy, soft graphics. The ones that are like trying to be clones of Hearthstone or whatnot. Have you ever played Hearthstone or any of those kind of trading card games or anything? So that will get me to nuclear, but not past it. I would like... Yeah, that reroll was sketch. That was not the world's greatest choice. I probably should have taken the money and run. But I was fishing for, something that'll give me long-term scaling, and this does in a way. So what I did was the weapons you get health for how many weapons you have on your board, and one of the long-term pivots we have for this build is we get damage for all the health we have. So that is a setup for, or at least a benefit for the Lion King pivot. But if I took the flat damage and run, I could get this guy off my board and do better. But we're only 8 away. We'll get there. You joined? Cool. Thanks. I have put very little on there, but I did put a few pictures of cats. I put Nina Simone, who is our youngest panda bear style kitty. And I put a picture of... I think I put a picture of me and Goose, and then just a picture of Goose. So she is on there. I think we just get over the limit. Okay, I think we can definitely take this fight. I will put more, but yeah, I do have a chat space in the Discord for animal photos. So if you got pets, do you have any pets? If you got pets, I love me some pet photos. As a dog person my whole life until I met my wife, and she had the legend Scout, and he kind of made me fall in love with kitties. Um, do you like pets? Do you generally find them scuff? Do you just like live somewhere where it's hard to have them? That was my problem for the longest time. Is we live in California, which means we can't afford anything. And so we live in an apartment, and so it's very hard to get apartments that actually let you have pets. But used to be. I mean, now we're doing fine and able to splurge a little extra for that type of stuff, and that is where our money goes: is travel and the cats. Which, in my opinion, is where money should go. It's travel and the cats. Do I want... That's not a lot of damage yet. Or ever. Not entirely sure that's correct. That's falling behind even an upgrade of being useful. Yeah, I'm really wondering if this should even be on my board, or if I should be doing 15 damage onto those two. Yeah, it depends on if it's a fast or a slow fight. I think it's going to be a fast fight, so we're going to do that. What did I see? What cat? Sorry, I don't understand the question. I think hold on real quick. I'm sorry. Standing up and adjusting. But we have 3 cats right now. Lisa had a cat named Scout when we met, and he kind of made me fall in love with cats. He was pretty charming. He's one of those few cats that has multiple people. Like he was her cat clearly, but he liked me enough. Oh yeah, or no, I said you can share some cat photos. I have some cat photos in my Discord that you can find. There's a pet photo location. So if you wanted to, was what I was trying to say. Sorry. So checking my description. Okay. Okay, so this board always does really well with the free temporary boost, but we're already winning, so I think we don't take the short-term wins anymore. I think we start aiming for what a long-term pivot or just like permanent board can be. This is slower, but hastes my other items 9 seconds versus 7. But hastes my other items, it does more damage. I just don't think it'll be on my board long enough to spend that kind of scratch on it, so we're not gonna haste 2 items for 1 second. This is probably better. Again, not gonna be on my board long enough to be worth that kind of money. So yeah, so I was just saying that we have I made a place in there for pet photos, and I threw a couple up. It's more to be silly than anything else. I have a friend who was telling me about how to set up a Discord, and he said it's not really a Discord if you don't have a place to put pet photos. So that seemed wise. It also seems like it tells you a lot about my friend. So we're doing good, but we're still kind of playing boring old square pig. I was thinking that if I switch back to doing ranked, might get more people interested. But I might switch back after this game to do unranked and play Ludicrousness because that's just a little bit more fun. Okay. I can give everything crit, or I can rando on Atlatl. Atlatl is usually correct. Everything but the crit enchant are very good on Atlatl. Shield's cool. That's fine. This gives us some extra time to bash them in the face. And I guess we're taking health, which is normally good, but we just haven't been stacking it enough for it to matter too much. We are kind of face rush mode. Do you like them or do you not? I don't mean if like, do you hate them? But like, are you a cat person? But like, can't have them, or whatever, or they're just not your jam. Okay, so now we got this set up. I don't know why I'm still holding on to that. I do know why I'm holding on to Boomerang, even though I keep not using it correctly. I need some kind of memes that I can put. I know I can get various emotes and whatnot on the channel about like forgetting to put Boomerang on my board because I have done that successfully every game I've streamed so far. That's my classic error. Okay, this guy's got a lot of shields. He's just too slow. That's why this board keeps showing up for me, is because this item hits once a second. It used to. It's a little harder to get down to once a second, but it still does. And every other item in the game is a second slower, and they used to be like 4 seconds. So he's now 25% stronger than he used to be relative to every other board. And he already was strong. So it's a little silly. It was a choice you could make to not nerf Atlatl properly, and they made it. And again, I think I was saying that earlier. Ooh, we got ourselves Lion Cane. That was one of the big worries everyone kind of has with the. Is that better? The way the card thing is happening right now, is because in order for it to not be pay to win, they have to be pretty good at balancing cards correctly, and they are not good at balancing cards correctly. That said, nobody is. Very few games are good at balance. It's an impossible problem. If your game is so uncomplex that you are very aware of what your changes are going to do to everything, then your game sucks. And it's boring. And so it's like, you get to pick one. You could either have a game that's easy to balance and it sucks, or you could have a game that's like has infinite complexity and then it's not balanced at all and people get mad at you. But if you make people pay for items that have power instead of just cosmetics or whatever, then when you fail to balance your game, it becomes like an existential problem. Like, then it's pay to win and your Reddit gets set on fire. People are storming the Discord. Makes Ryokon mad. I love that Ryokon talks in the third person. Ryokon's going all Elmo on us. Okay. So far, we are nothing spicy. Like, everything about our board is kind of standard square peg business. But like, everything about our board is working. I would go flat damage, but honestly, I want to like value cycle right now. I think I'm gonna get more total power eventually, finding more pieces like that one, but also just getting value onto. I need to sell 2 more. Okay. Also getting value on things like Ledger and whatnot to give me more money so that I can waste more money on things
Whoever said
like
money can't buy
cycling.
passion either.
Okay, I should probably do this so that I get more money so that I can cycle one more, and then that will pop ledger, which will put more value on the other thing. So this is the mini game that is pig. I was telling you before that it's like we buy and sell stuff, right? This item gains damage every time you sell a weapon. This item gains damage every time you make money, which you make money whenever you sell something. These items give value to things when you sell stuff. And so we're just like a perpetual shopper, and all of our stuff scales by virtue of like getting your economy game going. It's kind of fun. So I started saying that my
I may be young for a captain, but
yeah, I was thinking my stream was going to go 10 to 2, but every night so far I've actually gone to 3. I mean, that's only 2 nights in a row, but I went to 3, and 2 just felt too early. So I think I'm going to be streaming to 3 is my schedule. And then weekends might be 11 to 4. I think Fridays in the future will be 11 to 4, but I told people yesterday it was 10 to 2, and I'm not going to not be on when I said I was going to be on. So I think I'm probably going to be going. Yeah, that's probably going to be my schedule. Friday and Saturday are 11 to 4, and every other day is 10 to 3. So I added an extra hour. 4 hours feels a little short for a stream. I don't know. At least from my chair, it felt short. I kind of felt like I only got through like a couple of games, and it didn't seem wildly exciting for other people. Okay, we got caltrops. Yeah, our board just kind of like infinitely fractionally upgrades right now. So that like nothing's spectacular, but everything works together, and we're actually pretty powerful. Jesus Christ. Like this. Like, just, okay. We get an upgrade. Crook's Diamond now. We have 171 on our caltrops on day 10. Yeah, we're doing good. We don't have, like, Lion King can get up pretty easily to something like, 2 to 3,000 damage by day 10 if that happened correctly. Regal Blade could if that happened correctly. This is a pretty good at Lottle. Caltrops is pretty good. But having all of them just means on day 10 we're sitting fairly pretty. There are high roll in this game. The fun thing about this game is there's always someone who can beat you. Always, always, always. There's somebody who high rolled out of their mind and has a build we've never heard of right now and can like 1 second kill everybody. And every once in a while you'll get the joy of meeting them. But generically speaking, we are very, very strong for day 10. We can fish for the belt or fish for XP. We're going to hit the level this day regardless, but getting to 14 faster would mean... But we're going to get to 14 the next day no matter what. So I don't think it's worth going here for XP, because those are the 2 big upgrades. Then we don't really have anything again until 16, which we hopefully won't be playing today, 16, or to level 16. This is another one of those econ items that when you buy and sell items, it sells stuff. Totally. Okay. Well, you have a great night, Amelia. I so appreciate you, and I appreciate you being my very first subscriber and keep coming by. And also, yeah, I will take a look at the any kind of art stuff you got for me, and would absolutely love to see if I could contract you to whip me up something if you have ideas. Do you draw cats? Because unfortunately, my brand, I have to have a cat. But well, you have a great night, and I will be super happy to see you again soon. Cool. Can you draw Godfather themes? And then cats in the Godfather theme. Yeah, the theme's pretty easy, actually. It's just the, like, era, right? We're just shooting for the 20s-ish, or 30s. So, cool. Great. I will check that out as soon as I hop off the stream tonight. I will. I will check the Discord. I'm actually super happy you like put something there because that will help me start like seeing how I got notified. Like, did it go to my email when I go into Discord? Where do I see my notifications? It'll be good for me to start fishing around and learning Discord because yes, I am an old timer who does not know how to Discord in the year 2025. In my defense, I'm old, so. Oh, you're gonna miss this guy bashing my face in with the brand new hotness. My whole board's gonna go to sleep in a second here. There it goes. Unfortunately for him, we do have Caltrops, and so he's still beating himself to death on my board. And we still won! Oh no, he had the Fiery Rebirth, which lets him start the whole, like, re-heal all the way to the beginning. So we're probably losing. God, that board is busted. That's what I'm saying, there's always somebody better. And he's got this is the new pay for stuff that people are all upset about. When you freeze, this gains 6 burn. First time you fall below half health, freeze all other items. When you freeze, charge this. Jesus Christ, that's stupid. And then Snow Globe is classic freeze. And then freeze 2 items for 1 second. Every 10 seconds. When your enemy uses an item, charge this once. What is this? Okay. We'll discuss it on Discord. You have a good night, and cool. Yeah, you pop by whenever you do. I will be happy whenever to see you. It's so sweet of you to stop by, and I love talking to you. So I will see you whenever you come back. Talk to you later, Amelia. Have a good night. So I have to figure out how we're gonna eke 2 more wins out of this build. That just got steamrolled by the new content. So that is the first pig I've really seen decked out in the new stuff. So part of me was wondering if that's happening because people aren't buying the new stuff. And then part of me was wondering if it's just because it's also behind a play wall. Like you have to play a certain number of hours before you eventually get access to it. And so it might be that I'm just about on the edge of starting to see a like avalanche of the broken pig items. They did nerf them a little bit, but freeze is just incredibly hard to balance. Like you kind of can't nerf freeze enough. Yeah, this is a little slow. I would like to trade out Regal for Belt. Although that makes me slightly more freeze susceptible, but at least it can at Diamond be a little more damage, but is a lot more time to close out the fight. And because of that, Ryokan is unironically better for us than Adira, which is sad that our Diamond vendor is not as good as our classic weapons vendor. Gosh, none of that works well for us. That is sadness. Was really hoping to get the value skill. I have not seen it in a while. I wonder if they pulled it because it just like has not been available this patch at all. That's really unfortunate. Okay. We are working our way to the next day fight. I think we're doing fine. Doggo. So I should probably take the temp boost just to like be a little more geared for the fight. We have a couple of upgrade options that would be interesting to be enchanted. Those aren't them. Those aren't them either. But there were chances. It's not a misplay, it's a risk. Alright, so what kind of craziness do we got, Vanessa? What are we doing? Got a couple of damage skills. Oh, we have a when you breathe, get slowed, and then I bash your face in board. How much shield do you have? Because I think... Wow. Where's all that healing coming from? There's some kind of when you slow heal happening here. Where did you get all the recovery from? Your leftmost weapon has the lifesteal. Duh. That was silly. That was not the puzzle that I thought that was. Okay, so we have to make it 2 more days. It's funny, we were just like rocking strong, and then we got face crushed twice in a row. So we got to make it 2 more days, which means pivoting into a full Lion Cane is the way. If we can, we obviously need belt, and then if we can belt Phono with Radiant, we should be very strong. We have the money to afford to do this, even though we kind of know Regal Blade is not terribly long for this world. We're cycling everything because we got Ledger, and Ledger gets value off cycling. The Bar of Gold is just free cycling. It sells for the same amount it buys for. And also, the things that are only 1 are fine. For a teeny tiny bit of max health. You know what? We're going to do those weapons too. We got money. We are rich for no good reason, and unfortunately, we never got ourselves a truffle, so we don't have anything to transfer that value onto. We can't kind of turn it into a pivot. So, we are left just being rich and buying and selling a bunch of crap to get more rich for reasons we don't yet know. Hopefully there will be something magical later with a lot of money. I mean, we do want to buy a belt, we do want to buy a Phono, and we would love to buy them both at Diamond, so that's some money. And if the game wants to throw me an enchanted one, I'm not going to cry. That's no. That's incorrect. When any player uses an item, all items gain 2 crit chance for the fight. And that is just like, do you operationalize crit better than your enemy? And the answer is, how the fuck do I know? It's a win more for whoever. We are face rushed, though. And if by the time Lion King goes off at crits, we have a significantly better chance of winning, we're going to take it. I usually don't take that, but I actually think that's objectively correct this once. Unfortunately, we have our upgrade when we don't have belt or Phono. I could put 10 damage on either of those, which isn't worth it. I could upgrade Regal, which I don't want to hold on to for too long, but I might not get the choice. Or I could fish for another weapon skill, which at this point isn't where our damage is going to come from. Our damage is going to come from our big hitters. So I think I play the way I would play just in case I don't end up getting belt or cane. I still haven't. I need to pay attention to get something else in their slot so I could at least cycle the weapons that I have on the board. Okay. Let's see what we got. Yeah, I would really like to get rid of this and get a belt now that Lion King is in its state, is radiant. Okay, Ryakon. I'll do that. That sounds fine. We'll do rightmost. What do we want? Do we want a little more power? Probably on it, Lottle. It's still an upgrade for both. I think that's correct. Middle could have belt. She could have Phono. Both would be a little extra damage, and belt would be... This is flat damage, but I don't... We're not going to win or lose by a little. Like, they either outscale us defensively or they lose. And so 10 to 20 damage here isn't the fight. So we need to fish so that we have, like, you know, if we got a diamond belt, then we get twice as many swings until we're dead. Theoretically, they're going to scale, so we get, you know, some fraction of twice as many swings. Okay. This may or may not be it. Let's see. Big bonk. It's going to entirely depend on if he's dead before that swings. I don't see any activators. That is a lot of health. We lose. Congratulations, dude. That's a fun-ass board. How big did he get that pawn shop? Yeah. Wow. 20% of your max health. Yep. That is spicy. I'm a little surprised we were that slow. Yeah, I'm used to by then having Phono or Belt or something, so I have at least twice as much damage out of Lion Cane. It's okay. We got a little bit of rank. Tiny bit. We took a step forward, a baby step. Our rank is still struggling just because I have not been playing as many games the last day or two. And unfortunately, it's just about like how many games you get in right now. I don't love the ranking system, but I do think that we have some chance. Hey there! It's going great. How do I pronounce your name? Is it just Vengeance CNS, or does the CNS like Vengeances? Just curious, but it's going great. How you doing? Okay, we're gonna open some chests and then we're gonna drop back into good old pig ranked. Are you playing solo? Yep, I am playing solo. Had a couple people in the stream earlier. I mean, I don't play with anyone, but I had a couple people in the chat earlier who've been popping on for the last couple of days. Just to warn you, this is my third day streaming, so there will be hijinks of the oh crap did I just do that while talking variety. Also, I am still kind of figuring out like the direction and what people are interested in and what's fun. So I'm up for anything. If you know, you want to chat movies, you want me to do like, a new player pig. That's actually my first question. Are you new to the game? You've been playing the game for a while. If you played pig a lot, like what's kind of your jam here in the bazaar? So Enchanted Item got slightly better with the just recent hotfix, but it's way more fun, but it's not the correct choice. Cool. What do you want advice on? Are we talking game? Are we talking romance? Are we talking like job? Unironically here for it all. We're going to go... Yeah, this is incorrect. So if you're asking on how to play the game correctly, that wasn't it. Slow slingshot. That is terrible. Romance. Okay. So what age range are we talking here? You don't got to dox yourself, but are we in high school? Are we in college? Are we later in the dating pool? That's a toy, right? Yeah, so I can get the upgrade from Tiny Furry Creature. So hit me. If you need to take like 5 minutes to type out the novel to give me all the deets, or if you want to start with a short question and have me just kind of ramble until like you're able to piecemeal out, I'm cool with all of it. I'm here for everything. Okay, for some reason, I apologize. My game is freezing, so I'm going to exit to main, and it might stay frozen. No, it caught back up. We're good. Because if I have to close out the game, then it flashbangs us all and blinds us. Oh no, I might have to close out the game, and then it'll do a little bit of a flashbang when we try to get back in. Please connect. Please connect. Please connect. No. Okay, I'm going to move this off screen over here. Close it, and then I'm going to relaunch it. Hopefully it will relaunch on the other screen so that you do not have to see that flashbang. But what's going on? So early 20s romance. where are we at? Is this a relationship that's kind of been in the works? Is this a budding interest kind of situation? What are we working with? um. Okay, the game is not wanting to fully load for me. Here we go. I'm in the flashbang phase, as you can see by the pasty whiteness being rebounded back to you, and then I will drag the bazaar back on the screen that we can all watch once it's no longer going to be a horror show for us all. There we go. Okay. That should be good-ish. I'm going to have to adjust the resolution. It looks like it goes back into full screen every time. This girl I've been with the other day told me that she didn't like how I was kissing her, and I'm not sure what I can do to improve. Well, the first thing is, okay, so absolute worst part about relationships is how much we have been conditioned that real romance or real like being good at dating, being good at kissing, being good at whatever is this kind of innate thing, and that you have to have it, and to ask questions, to be curious, to whatever is desperate. Like there's all of this lore around romanticizing romance to the point where we are kind of being told that the only way to be good is to be naturally good. And if you do any of the things that you always do to learn something and get good at it, then you're cringe, or you're trying too hard, or you're whatever. Men especially get this messaging. I didn't get your gender, so I apologize if I'm misassuming yours. So let me know in the chat if what we're working with here. Men especially get this messaging. We are like really conditioned to believe that like we have to kind of already know how to do it. I'm sorry. While I do this, I'm again going to close my browser. The game's just not loading very well for me. The very, very short answer. Yeah, cool. Very, very short answer to the question. Oh God, it went to the wrong browser. Sorry. I'm sorry. Flashbang. Bright light. Bright light. The very short answer to your question is ask her. Like, just be like, I thought about it. You know, you said that you didn't like the way I was kissing, and like, I like you. I obviously want to fix that. What's the part of the kissing that you don't like so much? What's the thing that you'd like me to do a little bit better? And I know, man, I know that just feels one, obvious, two, stupid. But this is what dating ends up being in your 30s and 40s. It ends up just unlearning all of the things we're not allowed to do, which are the way that we do everything else that we're told we're not allowed to do in dating, and then just doing all those things. And then suddenly life becomes so much easier. And those things are, when you don't know something, ask. When you feel any kind of confusion or tension or general floundering in your direction of pleasing somebody else, then you ask and you communicate. Boring and didn't give her butterflies. So we're on a slightly different conversation then, unfortunately. So there's a couple of things that can happen that this can be. Obviously, I'm getting one side of the story and I'm talking about a person I've never met before. So there's the grain of salt thing, right? Like let's make sure that we are not putting like the Lord's faith in where I'm going with here, because I just have limited information. But in our 20s, a lot of us are still stuck up on these narratives of like what romance looks like, and we think it's a feeling, and we think we know it when we see it, and it's just gonna like come out of the heavens and rain joy on us, and it's gonna be intense constantly. And the truth is that is what anxiety feels like. That is the tension of not knowing. that feels like butterflies, that feels like excitement, that feels like whatever. And we have been told that's passion. And everyone like drinks that Kool-Aid and convinces ourselves that that's cool, right? Like that's what we're looking for. That if you don't immediately feel an intensity, a spark, a whatever, if the person feels safe or predictable, if you know what the rest of the relationship looks like from here going forward, then it's not exciting, and therefore it's not good. When in actuality, like, the Chinese curse, "May you live in interesting times," tells us that exciting is not the pinnacle of the universe. Like, that's not where happiness comes from. Happiness does not come from exciting. And she's young. Like, there's a very real possibility that what she's telling you is that she wants more mystery, more misdirection, more confusion. She wants to not necessarily know, have it all figured out, and have that tension. That could be it. That's sometimes how that sentence translates, right? I guess we're playing at Lottle. Sorry. Kind of, sort of paying attention to the game while I play. This is why I shouldn't play ranked while I talk. I have not figured out how to do those two things at once, but that is fine. That is less important. I am way more likely to win day one if I scrap my board and grab Jabalion, though. So anyway, did you get any more info from, like, flesh out a little bit? Give me how long have you guys been dating? Is this just the first kiss scenario? Is how long's been the lead up to the will they won't they, right? Like, what's the narrative that she may or may not have around this story of, like, oh, you just didn't give me butterflies kind of thing. And then so a lot of what I'm saying is not going to be particularly pleasant or helpful, right? Like, dating for 2 months, okay, because, like, sorry, I'm both watching the game, which I shouldn't be, and trying to answer the question. Dating for 2 months. So you guys have kissed a bunch, or you just kind of started getting into kissing? Like, I assume 2 months and 20s most of the time, unless it's more on the religious side of relationships that you guys have been, kissing for some time. She's pretty outgoing. You're a bit more reserved. Yeah, so that's fair. And so it might be her saying, yeah. So there's a couple of layers that can happen here. And I want you to keep throwing more information in the chat as I'm talking, because the more I have, the more I can, like, target this directly. But I'm gonna try to just, like, respond with the generality and pare my way down as we go. Yeah, you guys kissed a fair amount of time. That is my assumption at the age range we're looking at. And she just kind of now, after a couple of months, told you that she's, like, not feeling a lot from the kissing, and you're saying you're more reserved, and she's more outgoing. Does your reservation come across as a lack of physical intimacy? Like, are you don't touch, you don't hand hold, you don't do public displays of affection, you kind of keep more of a physical distance rather than being next to her in a party kind of thing? Or is it more of, like, everyone other than her gets a little bit of distance, you're not as loud or conversational, you're a little less talkative, etc.? Like, how would you describe what you mean by saying that you're a bit more reserved? And just so you know, of my many philosophical paradigms that I hold true to, I'm going to say I studied philosophy, so that's going to immediately send up red flags, because, everyone... That's not the only knowledge I had. But I studied philosophy under Derrida. I am a deconstructionist. I believe, like, specificity is the way to truth. So I'll just keep asking more and more questions to kind of get more details at night. I'm not the most affectionate guy. I'm inexperienced with the relationship, so it's taken me a while to get warmed up. That's totally fair. So I guess the question I would ask... So it sounds like right now, in response to my questions, you're framing to thinking that she might be right, or that you're at least not immediately denying that some of this might be coming from what you're putting off, as opposed to just being like, you feel like you're doing things right, but she's like checking out for reasons that you don't understand. It sounds like you're saying you already had some preconceived worries. You were already a little worried that you're not stepping up and, oh man, what the hell? I am very surprised I lost against that board. Anyway, we don't care about the game right now. That's not important. Um, this is no longer bizarre focus chat. We got to see if we can pick up and win another fight. We're not going to win that one. Okay. In the background of this conversation, you'll watch me getting absolutely walloped. So you're kind of taking a little bit of ownership by the way that you're framing that response. And so why? What would be like the reason that you're not, like, I know the reasons most people aren't affectionate. It's generally our childhood, right? We all kind of were taught what you have to do to be safe, and the things you could do to not get safe, right? And usually your parents or the people immediately around you reacted definitely strongly to affection in a way that was unsafe, and so we learned, yep, don't do that. Gosh, my game keeps dropping. That is unfortunate. I think it totally froze again. Okay, I'm gonna have to exit and come back in, see if that works. So, but why aren't you as affectionate and passionate? Like, what's the feeling that you get when you think about holding her hand more, coming up and you're identifying this as like a thing that you don't do, but we need to identify the why, right? There's a reason that it feels difficult for you, or a reason that it doesn't feel comfortable for you. I'm afraid I'm going to take this off my screen, close it, and open it again. Hopefully at some point we'll have a bizarre game in the background of this conversation. But what makes you not want to be as affectionate or passionate naturally? Like, is it that you didn't have that role model? Like the family was really not affectionate, not whatever? Is it that you see people who do that as being a certain way and you're trying not to be that? Like, what's the internal kind of response to it, right? I could tell you where we're going if that's helpful, in terms of like, I want to feel it, I just don't know how to go about becoming more affectionate. So like, you just don't actually feel sexual attraction, like you're not feeling as much sexual attraction, or you don't feel like the kind of tingle connection from just generic physical touch, from like non-sexual physical intimacy, the hugs, the hand holding, the whatever. You just like, you don't get much out of that. It doesn't necessarily feel warm. It might feel a little threatening or a little disingenuous or whatever. Sorry, I know I keep like ping-ponging back to you. I apologize. Oh my gosh. Well, you're having some issues today. Wondering if this is the bizarre or if this is just me. That was not what I meant to pick. I do feel the sexual attraction. I just don't know how to give her the extra passion when we kiss. I mean, that's fair. Like, so I guess the answer, I mean, there's so many answers. Again, we're going to keep fishing for more specificity. The first answer is to just try new things. It's just to take small risks, right? And then to just be self-curious. You're going to have an idea to do a thing, right? Like, and when I say take risks, where are your hands when you're kissing her? What are you like? Are you touching her neck? Are you touching her arm? Are you whatever? There's other points of physical connection and contact that can happen at the same time, and that usually translates into passion, right? When the rest of you is stagnant, it reads as the kiss itself being cold or the kiss itself being rigid. And so a lot of the times when we're saying the kiss wasn't passionate, what we're actually saying is like we weren't like held in it. We weren't. There was no activation. There was no like hand down the back. There was no hand in the hair. I mean, I'm in my mid 40s. I've yeah. The answer is yes. Usually, by the time you get to a particular age, like we've all, yeah, the answer is yes. Yeah, I'm experienced enough with kissing. But I'm very, very, very experienced with people, with psychology, with the way people are. My wife is a psychologist. She's a actually world-renowned expert on trauma therapy. And oh my God, my board. I don't know how I got this far without buying anything. I sewn up. This is going to be the best throw of all time while we're doing this because this is more important. So with the root causes of why we get particular places, also with one thing trauma teaches you, or at least understanding. Are you keeping her awake while you game? No, she can't hear me from where she is. We do our good night routine before I start streaming, so my streaming schedule is designed around her going to bed, and then I stay up late and stream. So basically, I'm gonna do the raw animals conversation real quick. I apologize. This is gonna feel like a deep tangent, but this is the way to like unpacking kind of how we get to all of the answers. Well, that's something for right now, I guess. I'm not gonna pay for the reroll. We have our brain structure. Everything is packed on top of your like the reptilian core of your brain. On top of your core is your limbic system, which is your emotional center, and then everything like slowly develops on top of that. The stuff that we think that we're using all the time, which is our reason and our critical thinking, is actually frontal lobe, and we don't even have all of that developed until we're like 25 at the earliest. And we so a lot of the things that we think are us being really good critical thinkers are actually us just doing the column response of the architecture of our brain, which is designed to keep us safe. Everything starts at safety and ends at safety. But safety is more complex than just like, it starts with like not getting murdered, right? with just the physical act of safety. It moves into security, which is, you know, being able to get water and shelter and whatever. But then very quickly we realize that we as humans just aren't very sophisticated, like sustained creatures. We're communal. We absolutely, in order to get the food, need a pack. In order to build the shelter, we need other people. And because that's the case, part of our core column response system is need for love and belonging. So if you look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the base need set starts with your physical safety, that like with just like not getting mauled by a tiger, then with your your security needs, you're having food, having shelter, having whatever, and then love and belonging. That's part of the same chain because, of course, you're born as a child and you can't take care of yourself. We are very slow to develop. And so the first thing you learn is how to meet the needs of your caregiver so that they meet your needs for protection. So the need for love and belonging is part of your is part of your cycle for what you need in order to be safe. So at some point, the human ape developed some really advanced technology in the brain, and that is the capacity to think of the future, something that very few species do regularly. They They might do more. We don't know. Don't want to be specious. We're still learning a lot when we do research and whatnot. But what we are particularly adept at is we saw a lion, like we turned a corner, we saw a lion on that rock. Now we know that around that corner might be a lion. We're able to think about the future. So maybe we don't walk that same way tomorrow. I keep seeing the lion in the heat of the day. I keep seeing the lion in the grassy part, not in the rocky part. Okay, I think I can now predict that the lion will be in this type of location, not that type of location, right? So we're able to project what we have learned about what we needed for our safety into the future and then create plans and pontificate, whatever. Anyway, all of this sounds very basic, I know. But with that future forward projection becomes a narrative, which is the distance from the actual reality of what we need, what we want, to what we think we need and what we think we want. So as a child, I just need the people who give me food and shelter to want to give me food and shelter. And there's a lot of times where I feel like they might not, right? If I get in trouble, suddenly I seem like I'm not in their good graces, they're really mad at me, etc., and that will be a threat. And so now whatever it is that got me in trouble is something that I'm going to have a reaction to. But because we are imperfect, because we don't store, I mean, I can't go too much into the architecture because I'm already on a deep tangent, but our memory system doesn't actually remember in film capture. Our memory system actually, we don't remember like film. We remember like a reconstructing from an emotional feeling. You remember what the feeling was, and then maybe one or two pictures or screenshots or whatever, and then you reconstruct the event from that. And because that's the way that system works, you have a narrative that you have attached connecting the feeling to the flashes of imaging to how you get that safety. Okay, that was way too much, very convoluted. I will use lots of pieces of that later on. And I'm sorry you didn't ask for this long of an explanation. But so what does this mean? What it means is that all of us have capital T and lowercase t traumas from our childhood. We all just have needs that aren't a real set of needs, that are what we think we need in order to be safe. And those needs are narratives that aren't always terribly true. And because of that, there's a big disconnect between us and reality. You have it, I have it, every single one of us has it. There is there's a narrative, there's several narratives, there's a bunch of narratives you have about what it means to belong and to feel safe from your childhood. And so does everyone around you. And those narratives are where the fundamental conflicts of relationships are, right? So if I grew up in a home where my parents fell out of love with each other and they broke up, and then suddenly I was in a divorced house, and where I was going to live was up in the air, if we were going to be a stable family was up in the air, like my safety felt really threatened by that experience, right? Then I'm going to have some narrative about why they divorced, why they broke up, that led to that event, and I'm going to have a lot of intensity around that particular narrative, right? I'm going to have a lot of fears, a lot of worries about that event happening to me. And so I'm going to react to the world very forcefully from the lens of that narrative. Like, that is what goodness is now. That is so when she's like, I don't see passion, she's probably describing a vision she has for what a good relationship is based on what that meant in her youth, right? What that meant in her childhood. And when you have a reticence to be passionate, you have a narrative of what passion is, and you have a narrative of what passion means. And the hardest part about this conversation is the fact that you probably don't know what that narrative is, and she probably doesn't know what her narrative is. those are obfuscated by a bunch of stories, and it takes a long time to get at them. All of that's there, though. The reason we talked about all of that is so we can start, you can understand why I'm asking specific questions, and then you can start asking the questions yourself at some point. So let's go back. I won't do that again, I promise. That was the one big loop-de-round of way too much information. So let's go back to you don't know how to give her the extra passion when you kiss. Like, what do you think she is asking for? What do you think extra passion is under her definition? And why do you think you don't give that? Yeah, that was Trauma 101 in 5 minutes. That was a lot. And it missed a lot of important parts, but that's fine. That's fine. I have a trauma-informed framework of the universe because of my wife, and kind of filter everything through that. But it gives me a pretty good, quick shortcut language to start identifying causal, the whys behind why people are doing things. So it's helpful, but it to then translate it requires some unpacking sometimes. So when you're not passionate, when you're not affectionate, like what's the feeling there? Like, is it, if you think about that, are you feeling she probably wants more tongue when we kiss, and to use my hands more, and you don't because you've just never done it, because you're not sure what she wants, and so you're starting slow and hoping to, right, you're just kind of like following her lead and you've never gotten direction? Or is this a lot more like that just doesn't feel natural to you, or there's something about doing it? What I'm guessing the feeling is, the reason I gave you all that backstory, is I'm guessing the feeling is anxiety. That when you start doing that, your heart rate's going up a little bit, not necessarily in the good way. Your brain's starting to turn on into the, am I doing this right? Is that too much? Is that in the wrong place? Is that you start doing the hyper focus, right? And then you're not in the moment, and then you know, oh shit, I'm not in the moment. Kind of mixture of following your lead, and also not being super comfortable with it. Is this super comfortable just a fear of like not being good at it, or is there actually like a this doesn't feel great? Which, by the way, so much more common than you think, because we do not talk about that. We have to like kissing and we have to like tongue and whatever in our culture. It's just like what movies and everyone else tells us. But there's plenty of people for whom that is just not enjoyable. So just curious, I'm saying that to give you permission. If that's the case, it doesn't make you weird or anything at all. Or is it just a matter of like, I'm out on my skis, just a fear of not being good? So there's really good news. This is gonna sound tongue-in-cheek, but I mean it legitimately. There's really good news, which is that she's told you that she doesn't love the way it is right now, right? That sucks and is hurtful, and it puts us on our butt for a while, and now we're even more in our heads, right? Like the understanding that like now it's like, oh, I've been told I'm not good at it, so now I'm going to make that part of my identity, and I'm going to struggle with it. But the good news is she actually gave you complete permission to try and suck. like she said, what's happening now isn't good. And if you go, okay, here's my tongue, and she's like, yeah, great, your tongue's on my tonsils, that's really not good. You're like, cool, but what you asked for was for me to try, and I'm trying. And she'll read it that way, right? So the fear of not being good, me saying this, by the way, doesn't make the fear go away. That's not how our brains are built. You have a history of when you don't do something correctly, there's some form of consequence that leads to a feeling of unsafety. That's what fear is, right? And so this is a thing you've never had to be good at. There's no expectation, right, to be good at it, except we still have built an expectation somehow. And that's because we've translated everything else we've done into what's going to happen now, right? So the very first time you kiss somebody, you shouldn't be good. If you're good, something weird's happening, right? Like, who is a freakish savant at kissing? Like, what is that? That's not a thing, and probably not a good thing. Like, did you watch too many of a particular kind of movie? Like why would somebody just naturally be able to smash their face into another person's face in the way that person particularly likes without ever having done it before, right? We have this preconceived notion that we're supposed to be good at things before we've done them, and then we have a global narrative that it is a failure of you as a person to not be good. By the way, we're gonna like not get 4 wins this run, and we're fine with that. There's a that we're bad as people or bad as partners or unlovable if we aren't good at this thing right when we start it. And that's our 20s, man. That's not you. That's not true. And that's not something anyone feels after a particular age. There is a shedding that happens. And everyone I know said their 20s can go. Everyone I know that's like 30 plus has said their 20s can go die in a fire. Because all of us are in that age where we're still completely convinced that those kind of rules and narratives that we've been taught are true, and that we should be judging ourselves for them, and that we should know everything already, and that we fail if we don't know it, and that if we do something and for the first time and we're not good at it, it means that we're bad people, and all of that crap that we have all been. And there's a deep unshedding of that happens in our late 20s because our frontal lobe finally fully developed, and we're finally able to start translating in out of the fear response into how would I treat someone else who had this experience. So this is one of the most easier said than done things on earth, and I'm sure you've heard this advice before. But think that you're talking to a buddy, and your buddy's like, yeah, I don't feel good at kissing, and I'm afraid of it, and my girlfriend now just told me that I wasn't good at kissing. And think about like what you would say to them and how you would feel about them, right? Someone that you really care about, not someone that you're like willing to judge, someone that you're like genuinely care about. And the era of your late 20s is learning how to let that person be you. It's learning how to treat yourself that way, and to be like, yeah, man, I haven't been in a lot of relationships. I haven't kissed a lot of people, and the people I kissed never said that there was anything wrong. This isn't something I could have learned, and so I'm going to try it, and I am not going to be good at it, and that's fine. Like, I'm not supposed to be good at this thing until I've done it, and the way to be good at it is conversation and back and forth and me trying and then failing. Like the try-fail cycle is the only way we learn anything. And so I'm going to give myself grace to have myself a good try-fail. Oh my god, I'm playing with it while in the wrong position. I know I'm doing this badly, but I'm going to love the VOD just being like, well, you are not a talker and player at the same time, good friend. So the good news is that the reticence that you have going into it, there's a narrative that you have that like throwing yourself into something with abandon that you don't know how to do is gonna end up badly, and that it's probably best to kind of slow walk it, right? You do the conservative slow version of the kissing thing, and then if that's not working, she'll give you a little bit of direction, and you'll course correct. That was the plan, but instead she like she waited a while and then gave you very harsh feedback. There wasn't like the small iterative, there's just the big no. But like, cool, the plan failed. But the good news of that particular plan failing is that like it's liberating. Now I don't have to be afraid of doing it wrong. She told me I'm wrong. Now I can be a good partner simply by virtue of like trying this thing. And that doesn't make it stop being terrifying, right? Like you're afraid of being bad at this for reasons that are part of a safety narrative that you're not even aware of. So this is going to be fear inducing just to try to do this thing. But you want to hold in your mind that like the feedback she gave you is that you're allowed to take a risk, that she's going to be happier on the other end of a try fail cycle where it feels different than this. And so that's permission to fail. It's permission to have a risk. Go in with gusto as much as you can muster. Don't try to eat the elephant. Like you're not going to try to like suddenly do a big Casanova swoon, right? Like don't feel like you have to like now go all the way to the other end of the pool. You're still going to be combating this feeling of fear and whatnot. But see if you can try to get yourself to start dancing out on the ice a little bit. Because you already fell in, you're already cold, right? There's not as much to lose. I don't know. How's any of that landing? Are you done talking about it? Like, are you? Is there more questions? Is it like I kind of went away from the direction of where you wanted to focus? Anything like that? Perfectly like fishing for a redirect if that's helpful.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains.
It's so late to be trying to get Waddle to do anything. Yeah, I know my board's embarrassing, Pig. We were doing more important things, sir.
Your aura guided me to what you needed.
I guess that's correct. No, this needs to be on the left. Yeah, leftmost is tough for us because of that. So as an experienced guy, are there certain things or techniques you do when you want to kiss someone in a more passionate way? Um, so every partner I've had has liked it fairly differently. And so I think that the answer to like what experience has taught me is how to ask questions playfully, right? The is to like she's told you actually this is the gift of her telling you that it like isn't passionate enough and it's not exciting her. You get to now take a little bit of a risk and then pull back and do a check-in and turn it into a joke. Like you get a little bit of built-in playfulness. So what I would do is I would have a plan for when you're going to like turn and do a heart like a more intense kiss and then break off and be like, so how'd we do, right? like like how's that, right? And smile when you do it. Try not to have it seem like you're anxious or seem like you're whatever. The playfulness plays well with most people, with just about everybody. So one of the big things you can do is like after you attempt at doing kind of a passionate kiss or whatever, after you attempt something that has the risk of being too much, you can then pull back playfully and be like, like, so how's that? Or I can do better, or right, like, there's a lot of surprise is a huge translator into the narrative of passion. We tend to think of novelty and surprise as being elements of passion. I don't think they are, but that's part of most of our narratives, so it's a very effective tool. And so one thing you can do is when you're walking along, look for a time when you can like grab her hand, hold her hand, whatever, And then when there's a corner turn or a moment where her attention is brought slightly away, but you're not so exposed that it doesn't feel comfortable to you or anything like that, you give the slight tug to pull her back to you into a kiss, right? Like there's the transition from there was contact. You don't want to just like tackle somebody and try to kiss them and say surprise, right? So there was contact. There was a hand hold. There was a hand on the lower back. There was a hand on the shoulder. There's arm around. There's some kind of physical contact. And that usually creates like the zone of consent. Then you know by the way that they're responding to it that we're both in a place where we're comfortable with the physical affection in the first place. And then from that contact, the hand hold or the arm or the whatever, finding a way to kind of surprise go in for the kiss. Like initiation is I mean, if you ever read Brene Brown's book on shame, it's the number one thing people describe shame over in relationships is they feel shame or they feel vulnerable when they have to initiate with their partner. And so a lot of people who say they aren't feeling passion from the other person are feeling like they're the only one initiating, or feeling like the other person isn't initiating enough, or feeling like when the other person initiates, they then back off and don't commit. And so I would say do a little self-evaluation to ask yourself if that sounds like you, like are you not initiating much? And then that could be a very easy place to try a little bit, is to just figure out times when it makes sense for you to kind of start. It doesn't have to be fast. It can start with a hand hold and then you move your hand like up the wrist a little bit and then see how she responds. And then if she like her arm continues to follow in that gesture, like along your hand or whatever, then she's saying like cool, and then you grab and pull her into a kiss. Have your like all the contact. More contact is more passion, right? Being involved, hand on the neck, hand in the hair, hand on the lower back, etc. Any distance is less passionate. So any like contact closes distance and makes it whatever. So what are you feeling in response to what I'm saying? What sounds like, yeah, that sounds good, but, or like, where are you at right now? Just getting a vibe check on the conversation.
Boring.
So to go back to the original question while I'm waiting for you to type a response, and please, like, don't let me talking, like, stop you from, like, formulating your own response. God, yeah, this run is on fire. Pun intended. Okay. Well, that's cool, man. If there's anything else I can help with, or just anything else you want to chat about, I'm super happy to. I really appreciate like having someone in the chat to talk to.
Your things are so dull. Let me
But
brighten
I would
them.
say my takeaways, generically speaking, would be initiation is often translated as passion. So just you trying to take the leap to be the person that starts the physical contact. Doesn't have to be starting the kiss, but it does have to be starting the physical contact that then leads into a kiss. Using other things like touch while you're kissing, but then also asking questions and checking in after. Asking a person to explain to you how to kiss is like not good for either of you. But debriefing is good for both of you. It feels deeply uncomfortable, but the work of working through that particular type of discomfortable conversation is literally the work of building relationships. Like when you get good at that, you get good at relationships. I think you want X. I don't really know how to give you that. but at the same time, I feel like I should already know it, or like it might be embarrassing, or it might be hurtful if I tell you that I don't know how to provide you that thing that it seems like I should already be able to give you. But I'm going to figure out how to break that seal anyway, and to ask, and that to like engage in the conversation without trying to seem defensive is the single most important, best dating skill that there is. And it is excruciatingly hard to develop. The only way out is through. The only way to get good at that is to practice those conversations. Certain place or setting that you like to kiss in. Obviously, privacy feels good and safe, but if someone throws around the word passion, they're saying we're being too safe, right? Um, so, so I would say like anywhere you're comfortable, obviously go for it. But generally, no, I would say start taking the guardrails off of those things. Stop trying to like find the right location, and start trying to find, can I do it here? Like, right? Like try to make it every location, and then ask yourself like, could I get away with this? Could I talk myself into this? Could I whatever? And then do it. And that will feel like tension and passion and spice, right? The anxiety is passion. like if we were to describe passion in the biological sense, it is the disconnect between guessing the future and knowing it. And that is also almost the very near definition of anxiety. So the heart flutter, the, oh crap, this might be a bad idea, very much translates into passion most of the time. And then I think you can also put someone on notice if you're feeling really nervous about this. Um, yes, that's a good move. It's always a good move. There's something about, like I said, collapsing distance, right? And so a wall collapses the distance and kind of makes them feel held or feel approached, right? So you can do that by pulling them in and having them kind of completely encapsulated in your arms. But there's awkwardness to that, and that takes time to get used to and whatnot. But there's also always the kind of wall thing is a very good version of that. Closing space, like having less space between you and around, is, yeah, there's something about that physical distance that feels intense. It increases the intensity, and intensity translates into passion. So yeah, totally, that's a good way to do it. The only problem with that, obviously, is like you push a person against a wall, right? like you just got to make sure that there's no consent issues. Like, but this is your partner. It's very unlikely that that's the line that you're particularly worried about crossing. So yeah, I wouldn't even necessarily try to hold that in your brain. She is specifically asked for that. So sorry, what I was about to say is you can put her on notice. You could say, hey, you told me this. Like, this is the best conversation to have. This is where you start. I should have started here. This is where you start. Okay. You tell her, yeah, I will, any question, please fire away. But you tell her, hey, I've been thinking a lot about you saying, that you saying that there's not enough passion in the kissing in the relationship, and I'm going to try some things. I'm not sure what yet. I have some ideas, but I'm going to try them. I just need you to let me know if it's working. So I'm going to try them, and then I'm going to check it. You put her on that kind of notice so that you get permission to, like, do the push up against the wall move, or the you're holding her hand and you pull her back to you move, or that kind of stuff, so that you feel a little bit more comfortable with it. But also so that there's just the expectation of the post dialogue, so that you get the feedback afterwards to then know if you're on the right track, and then to make sure that she's able to kind of feel like you're trying, right? That she got heard, she had this consideration, you responded back to her, right? And let her know that you were putting in thought and effort. And then when she starts seeing the action, she relates the action to having been put on notice that you were going to do the thing. So it doesn't seem like something she told you that you then forgot about. It seems like something that you're actively thinking and worrying about, etc. So hit me with the other question. And I see that we have another viewer. As you can tell, we are into a topic, and as I wanted on my stream, up for any topic at all. So feel free to throw if you want to hop in the chat and ask anything. How the mesh for reasons sex-based terms allow, we'll post it to chat. Oh, okay. Sorry, I see. Sorry, the mod, the auto mod saw something in the language and like gave me a thing. I haven't seen that before. I'm using tunneling because how to use it in an effective way and was a good amount of time to use it, I guess. So you start small, and then you see how much they respond and you respond to it. Unfortunately, literally every person will have a different answer to that question. It's kind of deeply personal what a person like decides they like and doesn't like, but you see how she responds to it. Like you have to just pay attention to the body language, and if she's leaning into it, if the points of contact are getting tighter and more intense, then what you're doing is working. If there's any kind of pullback, separation, lack of tension, then what you're doing isn't working, and you try another thing. If you tried and that just didn't land, but you didn't get any particular type of feedback, that's when you, having told her that like you're going to try a new thing and you're going to check in about it, sets you up so that the next day you can be like, so the other day I tried this, just wondering where we are on the right track. Was that too much? Was that too little? Just give me feedback. And the breezier you can be about initiating that type of conversation, the less built up it'll be, and the more she's going to be able to feel like you're engaged, you're invested, and like she can be honest, and then that's just gonna like crack open the talking about the uncomfortable thing, which fundamentally is the problem in every relationship. It's not the thing. It's that we don't know how to talk well about whatever the thing is. And so you, months into the relationship, for the very first time hearing about this thing is a communication problem, right? It's not fundamentally like an information problem, like you not downloading from the ether this thing that you should have known. It's just that like you guys haven't broken the easy give take on the, I feel a slight bit of this isn't right, but I don't know how to communicate that, into that just keeps escalating into, oh my god, something's wrong, and now I have to tell them, and now it's just so much bigger, more painful for the both of you. So the real thing that gets better here, the real thing to put the leverage into, the focus on, sorry, this is a terrible run, and while we're talking, we're going to kill Yurden because he's got a ship build, and I think we can win that fight. But the thing you want to leverage all of this into is figuring out how to talk both before and after attempting to make the change they're asking for, because that is the skill. That is the thing that led her to say a thing in a way that wasn't honestly great, and led you to feel completely lost and whatnot when you felt pretty secure in the relationship before that, right? Was that there was a communication gap. And so that is actually at the heart of what needs to be solved, is like the translation between the two of your internal narratives into a collective. So hope that helps. Sorry that got very psychobabbly at certain parts. But yeah, if you got any other questions, please hit me up. I see we got someone else in the stream. If you got any questions of any kind, as you can tell, I am not limiting the chat to game related, but I absolutely can talk about the game ad nauseum if that's something that someone wants to hear. Does your wife like kissing the beard or not so much? So I've shaved my face a couple of times, and then she always like wants me to grow it back. I think it's more that I look like a 5-year-old child when the beard is shaved, and it's terrifying for us all. I know that she had dated other people with beards and had dropped comments very early in our relationship that beards weren't her favorite thing, but it's definitely just better for my aesthetic, and I think that is bigger to our connectivity, our sexual attraction, the aesthetic, than whatever the physical feel is. And honestly, I've had it so long that at this point she's used to it. We haven't talked very explicitly about it. I have checked in a lot with do you like the beard? I'm going to try shaving it again. She's always hesitant. She's always like, no, put the beard back. So she clearly prefers it over the alternative, I would say. But it's not an explicit conversation we've had a lot because, I figured she'd tell me she cares and she hasn't, so she doesn't. Because we talk about frickin' everything. So, I will say that everyone's on a different spectrum of not just, I don't want to say gender, because gender is more about like who you feel, but in terms of like the relationship gender dynamic, how feminine you want to feel versus how masculine you want to feel in particular activities in a relationship. And my wife really likes like having that kind of effeminate feeling in kind of contact and intimacy and whatnot. And I think the beard translates into, like, kissing someone with a beard translates into like masculinity for her in a way that works. It's not everyone's jam though, and a lot of people find like clean aesthetics to be attractive, or like the smooth skin to be attractive, or the whatnot. So definitely person by person preference. So okay, that is my literal worst run in months of playing the game. So that's fantastic. I probably should not be playing ranked while I play the game. Although my tagline says I'm doing the road to rank 1 thing, but this is my 3rd day streaming, and so I'm still absolutely terrible of like being knee deep in a conversation and making good in-game decisions. So, but my thing says that we're doing the road to rank 1, so I feel like in good conscience I cannot not play ranked. So we're going to throw another game, maybe, depending on where the conversation goes. But please, if you got anything else, or if anyone else has anything else, super happy to talk about it. That was honestly a lot of fun.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you?
Okay, so middle is doing us a little dirty. I don't want to do square pick again, man.
I want you to be
I don't want to not have a pivot option, but I don't love that that's my pivot option. But we'll see if we get something else. It'll make the combat slightly faster. So I don't know if it was you, Vengeance, but someone dropped off, so I'm kind of assuming it's you. So I'm going to pivot back into kind of game-focused conversation, but I'm super happy to talk about anything if anybody has anything at all they want to talk about. I'm interested in everything. I read about everything. I have a lot of people with deep expertise on subjects around me in my life, so I have a lot of conversation. Like, I just love, deep conversations on just about anything. That sounded very generic and stupid and silly as it came out of my mouth. But anyway, all's to say, I am more than willing to chat about anything game related or otherwise. In the meantime, in the absence of conversation, I'm going to try to focus a little bit better so that this run can go back on the rails and we can start gaining the ranks again. That is the first ranks loss I've had in forever, but it was a really fun conversation and totally worth it. But if I have Road to Legend on my stream, I should probably pretend like I can get there. Or Road to Rank 1 on my stream, I should pretend like I could get there. We're already Legend, but Matchbox got a tiny bit better with buff. It's still pretty rough pickings. Every one of its charge triggers being 1 second slower does not do it any favors, and we have weapons, but our weapons suck. I definitely don't want Yo-Yo on my board. We don't have a shot of the skill yet that would translate any of this into anything. We're struggling, and honestly, weapons are not my favorite thing day 1. We need like damage scalers, but we're not going to get it. Yo-Yo doesn't make our board any better. I could hit him 50 times with yo-yo. That's not going to suddenly make us win the fight. I'm not grabbing Lumbors. We have not completely lost our mind. Okay. Well, Regal Blade is a thing that we can do. That is available to us. So we're going to grab Hatchet for cycling, getting a little bit of currency. Especially if you already have Hatchet on your board. This is why you kind of throw away Hatchet last amongst the things you got to sell off to buy. Because if you get another Hatchet, you actually get more value than it costs to spend, which is pretty cool. I only get 10 damage per cell right now on this. This is actually not ready to be played at all, even if I sell Yo-Yo. It's just comparable. No, I guess it's better than that Lava because it's faster. God, our board sucks. So we're throwing day one. It happens. We got nothing but weapon vendors, and unfortunately, our weapons aren't useful until later, and are usually requiring a skill or two to kind of get anywhere. So that's fine. Double Matchbox. Oh no, he's got the new cards. He's 1 for 1 second. That is very strong. And when you freeze, this gains 4 burn. That card's a little out of control, honestly. Especially since we have all those like reduced cooldown freeze items now. Yeah, not in love with some of the new card design. They feel a little hard to balance, actually. Like, not that they are innately overpowered, that they are innately complicated in a way that means that, like, they're gonna suck or they're gonna be broken. Like, they're gonna be very hard to balance. Okay. Alright, we're starting. We are doing things and going places. Hello, dog. I think we'll try to keep Jabalion. That is more damage than we'll get from selling it. And obviously my board's going to expand in a second. I don't think it's worth at 4 to buy and sell anything else at this point. So, come on, Pip. Nobody likes you, Pip. Come on, Pip. Jesus Christ, Pip. He actually has a better density of weapon skills than anyone else that we can get to. Our skills get more diluted as we go. Unfortunately, we just have dog shit skills. That is not where Pig's power comes from. It's quite tragic. Our skill set. I actually think we have a Rogue Scrapper problem. He out-heals Jabalion Longbow entirely, which means Regal Blade is racing against his 9 seconds 60 and his 7 seconds scaling 20, and he starts with 100 more health than me. So I actually think there's a chance we lose this fight. I do not love risking it, but at the same time, Warrior isn't any easier. He does not have the heals, though. And he starts with a little less health, so Longbow right after Regal has a much better chance of getting 3 shots off. So we're gonna go Warrior. Warrior's not easier, but since a lot of our damage depends on Jabalion actually getting its 3rd hit, or a lot of our being ahead in the race, him just starting with less health is okay. Warrior's easier. That was a long, complicated way of saying Warrior's easier. So, hi y'all. Seems like I got a couple new people here. I am super responsive to chat. The last person we had here, we had a long conversation on like relationships and passion and romance was what they were currently dealing with, and it was kind of really fun conversations. So just so you know, I am up to talk about absolutely anything. Obviously, super happy to talk about Pig here. If you can, let me know like what your experience level is and what you're interested in terms of, do you want me to be kind of explaining the very basics and like how the mechanics are interplaying together on the screen, or do you want me to be talking more strategy focused, like what I'm thinking about 3 moves from now, or like why I'm making some slightly sketchy decisions? Those I'm always going to talk about out loud. But anyway, just would love to be a little bit more responsive if anyone has anything to pipe in about or not. Lurkers are great as well. I'll just keep kind of talking through as we're playing here. So our board's a little shady and we don't have anything else to fill it. We are going to get get another board spot. But we didn't get any weapon skills. Obviously, at Lottle, you do not want to have on your board this early. But, you know. So the correct play is to go middle to get to, like, there's a lot of decent loot items, but really the thing that would help us the most is to get truffles. But I've, like, been on very low luck with truffles lately. It's still usually more money than this unless we get it's more money than this, but we don't have any board at all, so honestly just fishing. I'm a professional, y'all. That is how the game is played. So we're choosing that one because obviously we were going to get Ganjo from it, and I'm like, what we're missing is a little bit of in-combat scaling, and there was obviously only one choice. So, yeah, that was skill. Okay, so when you see a briefcase, silver or bronze, you buy a briefcase. When you see a hatchet, silver or bronze, you buy a hatchet. If you don't have Rego Blade, you hold onto your hatchet. Because if you see another hatchet of the same size, it's going to upgrade it, and you're going to be able to sell the parts for more than you bought the hatchet for, so it's actually making money. But even if you don't think you have anything in your inventory that scales by buying and selling things, you're usually wrong. Like, the number of times you forget that, oh yeah, I got that arms dealer skill, or oh yeah, I got that thing, is enough that, like, it's better to simply make the mistake of 5 extra screen clicks than to make the mistake of not scaling when you could have been scaling. So the very default pig play is just like, when in doubt, buy and sell things. I was wondering why that was so close. I didn't see his skills. He got the 30% of his hit point to shield in the middle of the fight there that we hacked right through, but that was why he managed longer than I thought he should, because we clearly had a better board. Alrighty, so obviously we got square pig vibes happening. Atlatl is god-awful this early, and Flail is one of the better items to be able to stack any damage on. Apropos, Chapeau is, like, if you're doing a weapons board, it's just very, very hard to get the right activators for it. It's a good item, but it's usually a good, like, day 7, 8, not a good, like, 3, 5, day 3, 5 item. I'm kind of debating here if I'm going to waste money on the reroll. The answer is no. We do have money, but he's not the vendor who's more likely to have the right upgrades for us, so he's not where we spend it. So now the question is, doubling Jabalian Longbow. Jabalian Longbow has one of the best upgrades of the game. It just flat doubles every time you upgrade it. So it's very Jabady and makes you very much want to upgrade it, but it is just not an item that you want to keep around as long as even Ganja. Unfortunately, you just don't upgrade at Lottle anymore. You do if you do later, but it's only 10 every time, and that will never win today, right? Like, so it becomes very hard to choose to upgrade that. But we are getting triple cast and likely triple cast here, so the extra 5 damage is getting, like, multiplied by 6 every single time this guy goes off. So we're going to get a little bit more mileage out of that than upgrading Jabalion. And also, we just tend to see Jabalion more. We're on a square board. We're cycling for Regal Blade, so we're picking the weapons vendor over anything. So we have a much better chance of coming across this than a Ganja. We aren't going to spend as much time at the non-weapons vendor. But here, we're just going to take the fight that has more expensive items and more XP. Get more money so that we can keep shopping. Aim for something better. So still got a couple of lurkers. So again, throwing out the call if anyone's interested in anything or wants to chat. Or that was a mistake. I forgot that I had one of those in my stash. It does actually sell for double than the gold. Most loot items do not sell for twice as much as their one tier down version. The bronze sells for twice as much as silver, but the silver does not sell for twice as much as gold. The gold does not sell for twice as much as diamond, but this one does, and that's super interesting. Actually, never noticed that before. Okay. I would really like to fish for a weapon skill because that's how Lottle will eventually come online. But we got to win today first. You always got to win today first. Man, we are getting upgrade happy. It is a legitimate question whether or not we upgrade at Lottle over Flail, and the answer is probably yes. Because Flail is one of the most common shop items. We're very likely to be able to upgrade Flail from Isla, but at Lottle is actually about twice as rare. And then, do we want to go weapon shopping or hunt for more XP? Obviously, XP is always good and always powerful, and usually correct, but we got Regal Blade on our board. It is our current weapon scaling, and you know, we got a lot of upgrades to grab. So we're doing this and we're not feeling bad about it. We're going to pay for the reroll. We're just buying out the weapon shop as a Regal Blade do. So it's a little sketch, honestly, to go for the gold upgrade on it, Lottle, because we're committing a little bit to it. When even if we get Crook, we don't have it at Lottle board yet. And we have some fast weapon hitting, so we'd be better with like a multicast Crook board. But at Lottle, without weapon skills is nothing. Like, you just cannot get to nuclear without weapon skills, and we have none yet. And we're not going to have a shot at better weapon skills until a couple of days from now. So, and I don't like it on my board. It should not be on my board until it's able to scale. So we need to hunt ourselves some kind of short-term replacement. There's the flail upgrade. We predicted that. We could do double scalers because we have some multicast. It's not great. I'm not naked without it. I have a Lottle without it, so I don't think I'm going for it. I do not have enough value stacked up to start burning cash on rerolls. We're not quite that rich. We would it. Maybe Kev? Or do we want to just fish for a weapon? Kev has... I have a love-hate relationship with Kev. Kev is one of the best vendors in the game because he tends to have a lot of just enchanted shield items instead of just a stock inventory, more than like the heal lady does. She, Kina, no, that's not Kina. Kina's the pacifist. I forget all the names, but the heal lady does also have heal enchanted non-inventory items, but she's a lot rarer. And then shield often is a better enchant. But I find I almost never get them from him on Pig. Yeah. Although, unironically, the bushel upgrades have been a little silly. Bushel is still strong even at silver on this day.
You came to the wrong
It was enough. I don't even know why I'm saying enough. Bushel was always okay. Bushel was never a bad thing. It's a decent amount of heal, but Bushel was the upgrade they put on Bushel, where it's 90 at silver, was like, wow, this is a solid, good pre-day 5 item. Like, you almost always want it if you have it, unless you have synergy. It's great to have on your board. And then they brought its cast time back down. They didn't for its sake. They clearly did because they broke the charge meta with Bonk. Like, you were not able to even get a weights build off the ground. Like, they just completely killed the build. And they clearly didn't want to fully kill it with the change. That wasn't the intention. So Bushel's not going to be on our board very long, and so this is like a 2-day skill, and we really need weapon skills. This is, yeah. And if I can't get weapon skills, then I would like to stack some health. That would be second best. But so, in order to kind of cobble back together a semi-working Bushel matchbox kind of stuff for us, we're too poor to really shop at middle. I think we sell. I mean, I would really like a board upgrade, and we really need to fish for crook, but I think we need money to be able to keep reliably fishing. Well, we're not going to get it. Get a little bit of damage. That's fine. Here's the thing about gift horses. We'll accept it, and that was a terrible misroll. I was not supposed to reroll there. That said, this can make me look like not a total idiot if it gains its value back before we're forced to sell. So we're going to pretend that was not a misplay. So the fun part, I hope, of me streaming is that this is my 3rd day. And of streaming, not of playing the game. Hopefully that's obvious. And so I'm still not terribly good at talking and like doing all the complex decision making. So I will be making some whiffs that will be particularly funny to watch. So if that's your jam, if you're here for like perfectly precise gameplay, then I don't know what to tell you because there's going to be some mistakes to be had. Yeah, that was deeply unfortunate. It was a very close fight. Yeah, this just ain't coming together terribly well. I feel like I should be XP rushing, but I also hate my board. JJ's not enough of like a guarantee find. He's not a middle. He's not an Isla. If it were one of those, we'd probably take them over the fight right now. But I don't think we take JJ or any of the other kind of rando vendors. Aiden maybe, because we could get a lot of small weapons for cycling. Maybe Aiden would be a harder choice than JJ. I still don't think we take him over the fight right now. Our board's not going to be salvaged by the buy and sell of 5 weapons. Yeah, this is where I think we have to take Isla over. We really need to hunt ourselves. So that's a loss of 2 coins, but I think that's fine. I've been buying and selling at 4. Have I? I don't think I have, actually. I think I've only been buying and selling at 2. That's fine. Yeah, I wouldn't do that 4 because I need to have currency for the reroll. And we're going to have a fight between now and then and have a little more disposable. So we can do that for Regal. Kind of hurts not having Regal up to better. So we'll take the money. Okay. We are slow, so we're not going to do something stupid like crash our faces into Scoville. How fast can we get preening to half? I think fast enough. Problem with preening duelist is he's actually a monster until you get him to half health. he usually gets you to half health before you get him to half health. I say, and then we just absolutely eviscerate him. I don't think I fought him since the bonk. I think actually that bonk affected him quite a bit because he has very fast weapons, and so he's much more affected. Yeah, he was considerably weaker than I was expecting.
I hope you find who.
Well then. Well then.
Oh, I think you're really gonna enjoy that.
You know,
Oh, the door is free.
we kinda gotta get the crook in some weapon skills before this can actually even go on our board, unfortunately. But we have the next phase of the pivot in here ish. God, yeah. A crook, and we're suddenly not terrible. So I'm going to put value on it, Lottle, I think. No, we still need money, so I will get something else that can catch. We're not going to pay for the reroll. We can't buy anything. I'll get something that can catch. There is a argument to be made for value stacking on it, Lottle, because Boar Market translates that into damage. Unfortunately, I have not seen Boar Market since the first day of this patch. And I don't know. I used to get it literally at least 50% of my runs, and now I've not seen it in like 10 consecutive runs. So I'm starting to feel like something happened to Boar Market. I think we're fine here, unless I'm not reading his skills correct. Oh, he has a lot more health than us. A lot more health than us. I do not think that matters, though. I think we are fine. He just has no damage, and he's scaling a 6-second attack, single attack weapon. So he's clearly grabbed crook trying to make a hard pivot. He's in the middle of it. We've all been there. Okay, I need to keep my econ up because we're entering the days when we can have a shot at the tool vendor, and he has an expensive reroll. And we're also going to maybe dox crookfish. That was a weird sentence. Dox crookfish. If both adjacent items are food, they shall never be. Upgrade a silver or lower. God, wouldn't this be a lovely time to upgrade a crook that we do not have? Oh no, this is obvious. We're skill fishing.
Someday we'll teach each other.
Maybe someday we'll see a weapon skill. That day is not this one. Okay.
Progress today. I'm proud of you.
That is not doing anything for us particularly. Like that, just that was what we had available to us. I don't want you to think I was wildly excited about it. We're fast enough for Enclave Weeper, but just yeah, little mildly fractionally concerned. I think our Regal is okay. Our Regal's not good. We stopped seeing the weapons vendor again. I feel like they toned down the frequency of Isla because she used to be like our most aggressively findable vendor. But I don't see her nearly as much. That might just be variance, but it might also be that they realized the obsidian enchants were OP, and one way to solve them was to reduce the rarity of the obsidian enchants, and the other was just to reduce the rarity of Isla. And so it's totally possible that that was the answer. But day one of this patch, I was on my 4th day. That's a convoluted sentence. I was on my day 4 of my first run with a silver at Lottle and got another silver at obsidian at Lottle offered to me at the same time that I got a crook offered to me. And on day 4 was nuclear and finished that run with it Lottle at 700 damage. So obsidian is not exactly balanced. Alright, we'd actually run belt. It's not a lot from there that we ever run. We usually kind of use dig as a fishing for. I can't believe I still don't have anything to. I overcycled at some point. Okay, we're probably at the point that that's doing nothing just for the level of damage we're dealing with. We're against a dually, so Caltrops is, a Caltrops with actual damage is good. It is still going to hit him more times than my flail will, undoubtedly, because it's dually. So I think it is correct to put it there. What's our... Yeah, our Lottle is just not going to be playable for quite some time. So this is our board. Yeah. Kind of a weird run. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I am sure. We just look at all the skills we have. This is our best damage. This is our best weapon skill. I'm not sure that's a novel thing. Our skill pool has always been bloated, like significantly bloated. With bad skills, we have the worst skills in the game. And so, but I've seen Ryakon. I thought I saw Ryakon at least once. And didn't get a weapon skill. Yeah. I mean, we've seen a lot of skill vendors and haven't seen anything, so I think we keep getting XP. We're not terribly far ahead. We do desperately need a board, though, and need to find crooks, so this is a tough choice. We're going to be probably 9 by the end of the day, or close to it, so we'll have more opportunities to hit 10 on day 8, which is really what we care most about. And honestly, we aren't wild about hitting 10 early right now because we don't have... God damn it, we still aren't getting Radicon. Yeah, this is scuffed. This is deeply scuffed. Oh, well. Was some of our Caltrops damage the temporary buff? It was, wasn't it? So Caltrops is deeply mid now.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge.
All right. We are holding on to too much crap to do a ledger play, and we're not entirely sure what we would do at 4. We have not gotten ourselves a truffle.
Might try JJ's shop. Real friendly guy.
Can we beat the Bachmaster General? Let's see. You don't usually stack health against him, because he scales, and so it's really, you want to race him down. But honestly, you don't have really good race him down options. I think Belt is actually still better. Okay, I do not think we out-damage Turtle's defensive scaling. And I do think that strength is actually good for us at this point. So how's everyone doing? Not sure if we're just enjoying lurking, doing other things, or we're kind of listening to in the background, which is totally cool. But if not, I'd be super happy to chat, answer questions about the game, about anything. We had a pretty interesting discussion on romance earlier that got pretty fun. Super up for whatever conversation is interesting to y'all. In the meantime, we will keep struggling to put together something resembling a board. If Lottle's not at least 110, what a pipe dream, then it is not scalable into an actual nuclear during a real fight. So we're going to do this because we're weak, and so I'm not even able to put Boomerang on my board right now. So Grindstone doesn't exactly help us. Doesn't close the gap that we find ourselves in. We unfortunately have gone too hard into this board and now need Crook or need to get the hell out.
Some engineers
Orion,
think that I make the
asked
things
and answered. Thank you, good sir.
Hey, I use that brand myself.
We all use that brand. It is quality stuff. Okay. That still is not a danger level at Lottle. Or Caltrops. We're still at bronze. Do I get my upgrade at 8 or do I get my upgrade? I think it's at 8. Let me check. I have my handy dandy spreadsheet here somewhere. I know this is riveting television. I apologize. Here we go. So I got all kinds of notes from like what's in every encounter and what tier it is for pick. Every single monster fight, and I will put a link to this at my YouTube once I start getting my YouTube videos up, which hopefully will be very soon.
Take your time. I know there's a lot going on here.
I will, Prospero. There is a lot going on. So I got all the monster fights and what's good for us in those fights, and when you would take the fight versus when you wouldn't, and like when the fight's scary. And then obviously I got the level up crap. So we hit skill vendor at 8. We did our upgrade item, unfortunately, so we don't actually get another upgrade from the vendor forever. So we're gonna actually have to find yet another crook. We'll get ourselves a tiny bit of mileage out of. All right, let's see. Let's say I do get it Lottled to Nuclear. I still don't want these on my board. I still would absolutely be going belt, and then starting to turn the corner into, a Lion Cane or whatever else is out there. Probably shouldn't have even done Grindstone because that just will never fit on our board right now. Caltrops is better. Our Regal Blade is our only real damage. I could unironically just try to win by getting her to bash herself to death. I don't know if that's winning. Yeah, I think we're looking a little rough here. I don't think that there's a way. All we're really doing on this one is hoping for a bad Vanessa board, and that's never the position you want to be in. So, yeah, that's something. Let's. Yeah. Okay. Honestly, going all in on Caltrops would have been the correct answer. So, it still saved us, but the problem is if we were up against a one weapon build, Caltrops does very little because she heals back almost all she damages herself. Definitely heals back all our current Caltrops steal us, even if we go all in on us. But to be honest, our Lottle solo that if we went against a one weapon build, it's a throw anyway. So I probably should have planned towards that and been fine. Yeah, Midsworth has nothing we want. I could have sold that off and got chocolate bars. At this point, I'm really like kind of items fishing and stuff. Little desperate. Let's be honest. Not the best color on me. Okay, we are too slow for Dragon. Dragon is a hard clock. It's somewhere around 15 seconds. He swipes you with a 200 damage fire clock. I think we could take Frigate. Dragons, we might not be able to take Frigate. We might not be fast enough for that. But they do a lot of rapid fast hits. No, he's not as fast as I thought he was. He doesn't have much hit points though, so we're fine. I know why I thought he like kind of popped off, but he's pretty slow. Oh, God, the bonk. Of course. The whole feel of the game is different with the bonk. Like the Nufu, you're always baiting. You never have anything good. but for some reason, I expected you to have a weapon skill. I don't know what I was thinking. Come on, baby. Come on. So, for those of you watching at home, I am the TheGooseFathr, and this is the Goose. This is for whom I get my namesake. Hi, Goosefina. Hi, Goose. So, if the stream suddenly cuts out, or if random characters start appearing in chat, that's her saying hi. She has done it before. She will do it again. And she will not apologize. So I would love to scale Regal Blade. I would love to get a little bit of flat damage on Curio. But the difference between winning and losing is far more likely in getting our enchant. Honestly, though, if we don't get Crook upgraded, the enchant shouldn't go on at Lottle. The enchant on at Lottle doesn't do as much good before it's nuclear. It's not going to win us the day, so I more than likely want to put the enchant on Caltrops, but that's only because I don't have the future knowledge. Is it... I'll still hit it right after the fight. I won't get any more information. Okay, it's XP. We go XP. We get the enchant. We hope it's poison or something that we can throw on a Lottle. It's heal. Heal is not terrible on Caltrops. It's especially not if we get like shield later, because there's like shield charge and shenanigans. I'd like more damage though, since that's kind of what we're trying to do to win. But honestly, 74, it's so low because Caltrops is so low that it's poison and fire aren't going to do enough there. So we're going to take the heal. It's better than nothing. Obviously, our enchant's going at Lottle, but we might actually just be pivoting straight to a cane board and just drop it Lottle entirely, because it's not getting there. And there's a good money after bad thing that we should be paying attention to. Yeah, heal is working out pretty nicely on a board that is otherwise superior to us. And he's hasted, but it doesn't matter because he just doesn't swing enough, so he's not keeping perma-haste on anything. And that's basically what we would have been dealing with. We would have got haste or slow, but it would have just been falling off all the time, so that wouldn't have helped us with the fight. Okay.
Make me proud.
There's that. We still need to get ourselves a real weapon skill. I'm starting to believe that they don't exist for us, that we have done something wrong to offend the Bizarre Gods. And knowing me, we have done many a thing wrong to defend the Bizarre Gods. And so our punishment is to walk around with Sadded Lottle. This is a trap. This is a bait. This is never the right thing to click, and yet we always click it because we are weak-willed and because we seek fun at all costs. JJ's not the best vendor for us, but he is not the worst. What am I looking for right now? We're day 9. We can get gold, but we're still probably about 50% silver in the shop, which lowers our odds of getting the Crook or Lottle upgrade. We're just looking for the Crook upgrade because that's the only thing that gets at Lottle anywhere near home. At Lottle does not. We're looking for replacement parts that are hard to use. Like, we can't really put Lion Cane on our board right now without swapping out at Lottle, and we wouldn't put Lion Cane on our board until we have the other pieces. Did you see all that lovely time I spent talking myself into doing the thing I shouldn't do because I really wanted to? And now do you see why we shouldn't do it? Okay, so where are we at? We aren't fast enough for Ferris Khan. We should be okay against weapons platform because they're kind of doing some fast hits. Oh, but But honest to God, unironically, fishing for heavy firepower might be the play, because that skill would actually suddenly give us a board. We would suddenly not be pretenders to the square pig.
I can't go back to the blood reefs after.
It's a long shot. It's probably not happening, but that's okay. Okay, that's fantastic. We are most of the way home. We need a tiny bit of flat, and there it is. Okay. I'm sorry. I told the game how I wanted it to help me instead of just asking for help and receiving.
While you're doing your part to clean up.
Fantastic. Okay. We also are not just at Lottle. We're also weapon selling because of Regal. We're not buying and selling regen for funsies because that's never helped anybody.
Rusty circuits to see that final.
It warms mine too, buddy. Okay. The question is, no, that's just not a question. That's objectively correct. I think at 179, it technically operates as if it were 180. Gosh, we could. I wonder where Ryakon went. He's just got better things to do today than spend time on us. But we got there. We got to 180. We'll take it. We'll take it. Okay, so we are now officially square and officially pigs.
But I've seen my share of stores.
We're at day 9. We're not terribly powerful for day 9, and they look terribly powerful for day 9. Unfortunately
Next time, boys,
for them,
less blunder.
Caltrops.
More plunder.
So cool. Yeah, that was pretty hot. That worked pretty well. Caltrops are just a hard counter to some setups. You just they just win for you. And that was one of them. So let's see. We don't get another skill till 14. We don't get an upgrade till 13. Is that correct? No, we get a skill. Yeah, gold item at 12. Upgrade at 13. So racing does make a lot more sense. We're gonna fish. We're gonna start going for our Lion King pivot. We probably don't have enough to buy sell gold weapons just for the sake of upgrading Regal Blade, but if he wants to give us a Regal Blade, we'll take it. Our econ's not enough to pick up a late cash cannon. That might sound stupid to say because this is very, very, very late to ever get a cash cannon, but if you are running ledger shenanigans now, especially if you have had yourself a couple of truffles, which we have not been lucky enough to get either, then you can often just get cash cannon to pop off out of nowhere. Like you can pick him up from day late and then just sell your way into a decent item. We haven't done terribly good scaling Regal, and so we had a chance at an upgrade there. I don't like Volcus. I don't think we can take him. I would really love Strength. I would really love Assault Focus. Both of those would make me deeply happy, and to be honest with you, just anything but Weak Point Detector would be a little bit of damage on Regal Blade. So we'll take that. Cool beans. Hi, Goose. Goose is nuzzling me and bashing her head into me. Hi, can you say hi to the people? Yeah, you're not very visible on camera because you're black, so that's not very helpful. Hi, you gonna climb up? She's gonna do the parrot. She likes standing on my shoulder while I play. You gonna go up? Nufu's bait. Nufu sells things way too expensively and never has what we want from her, and then we burn $8 to get a shot at a skill that we wanted on day 4. that is pretty much the Nufu experience right there. I think not going to the weapons vendor and going to Nufu is a mistake that I know better. Not a lot we want in the world. There's not anything from anyone that would go on our board except Flamethrower from Dooley. I'm not entirely sure it's worth a reroll, but we will just cycle weapons. How much extra cash we got sitting around? A boomerang that I keep forgetting to put on my board. Yeah, we'll do it. Yes! So that's actually a reasonable question. I think that is correct, and we are now just face rushing. Yeah, we'll hold on to belt. Belt's only silver anyway. We'll hold on to the belt and the chance that we get it upgraded, get ourselves other components of Lion King combo. But this is our sustain right now, and that is a healthy amount of damage. Flamethrower on crook boards is lots of shenanigan fun. Sorry, I'm a little low energy right now. I actually had someone on. We were having a great conversation about relationship advice, and like I got amped. I got in. You know, they had to go to bed, and then like I noticed myself fall down a little bit. So I'm gonna do the pick me up and get back into the game. But if anyone has any questions on anything, game related or otherwise, if you want me to be talking from the beginner perspective or from like later pivot perspectives, from just where we are and what we're looking for, feel free to chime in the chat, let me know anything, or you could just continue to lurk, and I'm happy to keep narrating as I go. It is my third day streaming, by the way, so I super appreciate everyone who's here. Like it means a lot. I got like 6 subscribers on my first day. I've had like a lot of response, and I wasn't expecting to be casting to anybody but the Void. Heyo, you know what? The other fun thing about streaming is that you make a lot of misplays because you're not paying attention. Like I'm still trying to get good at. I thought that was an upgrade and not an enchant, and we don't have an enchant on that model. So that was a deep misplay. We are in the hopes of checking out in a day or two, and that not being too much of a problem. But it's funny. So Void Colossus killing Crook would be bad. But we will stack enough fire damage on him before he does, I believe, so that it won't really matter. We kind of won the fight before he gets shot too, no matter what. I think we're a little slower than I thought we were, but that's fine. Because our Atlattl's not great right now. Oh, I would have loved the skill. This flamethrower would suddenly self-charge itself. So we're going back to Void Colossus if we get a chance. Yeah, that's fun to build around, but we're too late. We only got a couple of days left of this ride to try to waste it on that. So here is the upgrade that I thought I was putting on my flamethrower. I could upgrade Regal, but we don't have a huge economy game right now, and we just have not seen weapon skills or weapon vendors. And so I actually thought that upgrade was a little bit more impactful. I probably should have looked that up first. Burn equal to 2. Oh, that's right. That's right. It's not a huge damage upgrade. It changes the burn to double the fire damage. That is a huge upgrade. In which case, the temporary enchant gives us a lot of power. So we're good. We're not super strong. There's definitely boards that beat us right now. There's definitely new card Vanessa Shenanigan boards that beat us right now. There's super powered toxic powder keg board that's about to beat us right now. Victory is ours. Victory is ours. Bring us the finest bagels and muffins in all the land, y'all. Awesome. I deeply thought we were going to lose that because that was a very big, frightening looking powder keg with a bunch of extra fire damage for giggles. Um, wow. Okay, we made it out alive. We only got one more victory we need to squeeze out of this build. If we lose today, we deeply need some kind of Lion Cane pivot, or we turn into an absolute pumpkin. Why am I going to Dooley? Actually, because there's no one to go to. Literally nobody has anything that would be an upgrade to our board except Pig, and we already went to Pig. Let's see. Are we going to be able to get to 14 today? Because that would be a skill. Or no, 13's the skill. Let's pull it up. I can't believe I still have to look this up. But 13's the upgrade item, 14's the skill. So yeah, we're gonna hit the skill no matter what. And then it's a gold item and not an upgrade until 16. So the XP doesn't matter too much. Boss Harlow has flat damage for us, but most importantly, he has assault focus, which is huge. Just slow on everybody who's not playing pure weapons is, that's not nothing. And we got it. Freaking awesome. Okay, we're getting a little bit of the luck back that was missing from the first half of this run. The second half is looking a little blessed. Boar Market is my absolute favorite skill, but we have not been playing around it, unfortunately for us. But I think we're going to do it anyway. And we're going to start value stacking on Atlatl. Yeah, I'm sitting at Atlatl my first day of the new patch. I got Ledger and Rewards card that was not bronze. This has been lagging. And Boar Market early, and got Atlatl to like absolutely the moon. It was like over 700 damage by the time we checked out on day 10. It was disgusting. So that's a pretty fun combo with all the value stacking we have now. And also it's something you could do late if you start with truffles early. Truffles are super huge for us right now. So flat damage isn't enough. Pearl's dig site, we're kind of just looking for pig items, right? We're kind of just looking for Lion Cane. We have too much money to care too much about this. Tiny bit of flat on one, we kind of need across the board. So we're gonna fish for like Lion Cane in place of our slowly falling off Regal Blade. We keep forgetting to put Boomerang on the board, unfortunately. That's gonna be like my permanent meme is oh yeah, we forgot to put Boomerang on the board. Isla versus, I think we have to get the temporary boost. It's our last day, hopefully. There's nothing Isla could have had that would have been more than that. And so here we go. Let's see. Ooh, single weapon. Yeah, it does quite a bit more than our Caltrop, so he's out healing us. Yeah, that's a loss. That's a pretty big loss. Unfortunately, there's just not a lot you could do against this, especially when he is stacking damage so much. I'm not sure what his damage scaler was in combat there. I didn't mean to replay, I just meant to look, but it'll give us time. Is it When You Burn? When You Burn, yeah. He's got a couple. It's mostly every time he hits, he's adding stacking damage. So, yep, he's having a good run. You can't blame him. You certainly can't blame him when you're playing Square Pig. Like, not exactly allowed to yell unoriginal right now. So, gosh darn it, I forgot I'm supposed to be doing this. Classic pig blunder. You did not change your board in between every single action. That means you made a mistake. We're probably late enough that it would have been okay to buy that. Just for the cycle. I don't know if a little damage on one weapon is worth that. Actually, probably not. Okay. Lord Arkin. He doesn't really have much for us. We are nowhere in range of his ring stacking and giving us any chance. Hey, see somebody's new in the stream. If you want to, I'm very responsive to chat if that's your game. Would love to chat about anything. Any topic is totally fair. If you're new to the game, would love to know that so I could like gear the content for that. Or if you like want to talk long-term strategy or you want to talk not game at all. Right now we are we just got Boar Market, so we're kind of value stacking the little bit we can with our bronze card there onto Atlatl. Because it's just, you know, it's a little bit of damage every time we go to the shop. And we're just hoping to cash out. We had a good board and we had one rough fight. And then we were just past our prime. We were an okay day 11 build, and we were never going to be an okay day 13 build. And so we are now just hoping to get out of here without facing single weapon 400 damage Finessa. But the odds are, or the new card charge shenanigan fire everything on your face, that we're happy to see. Oh my god, 2 obsidian. No, we're not happy to see that at all. That's gonna... Wow. So Caltrops does a lot of damage against the Lantern board, but not against an Obsidian Lantern board that apparently is scaling hard. Holy crap. This person is having the run, man. Yeah, as soon as I noticed that was Obsidian, I'm like, oh, no, we're in deep trouble. That's Obsidian, too. Double Obsidian. An Obsidian Lighter, no less. So this is probably what they started with, as their, like, enchanted. And then they just drop their enchant on their Weather Glass, which is correct, and then hit the nuts, man. And they have, when their medium item goes, they get more burn. This person's having a giggle fest right now. This person is having an absolute blast. Not the person whose ghost you want to go up against, but, you know, the good news is because of weird shenanigans and one, dare I say, mistake while I was talking and not paying attention, we do not have an enchant yet on Atlatl. Fire's good, but aside from crit, almost every other enchant on that level's better, and slow is genuinely one of the best. The only time, I mean, Obsidian, Multicast, and Haste are all up there, depending on the person you're going against. There are times when Atlatl's the best and times when those other are the best. So we... Let's see. Yeah, unfortunately, everything is still doing just enough damage that we can't, like, swap it out for a belt. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I think we're still... Excuse me 1 second. I think we're still going to get ourselves some chocolate bars. That was the best of the available options. And then we got an upgrader skill. We have been whiffing so hard on damage skills today. Ryakon will not talk to us. We must have hurt Ryakon's feelings. I'm not sure how. And then everybody in Ryakon's stead is, we finally got Boar Market, like, so late that we didn't have any, value scaling it. But I think we're still, especially since there's so many skills still out there in the ether that we haven't touched, gonna fish for more than just 10 damage on Atlatl. Both of these are just 10 damage on the upgrade, making them not very useful. That's a whiff, and we'll take the life. That is not an inconsequential amount of life. That is better than the other option would have been. We are on our last day, so we can afford to cycle weapons or things that may be weapons and deeply aren't. Okay, we'll take the 10. I'm not opposed to it. I thought there were better options in the one case, but I'm certainly not opposed to it. I'm not going to cycle that. We still have a couple of shops left to go to. We still need a little bit of money before we cash out fully. I guess we could sell our rewards card very soon. It's putting one value on it, one damage on it, lottle every time. Okay, Void Colossus. The skill would mean that Flamethrower charges itself, which would take a second off of Flamethrower, which would mean we have the old Flamethrower. So that would be fun. Nope. That's good. That was a pretty low ball chance, but I think flat damage. Kina is not going to give us anything. Is it Lottle or is it Caltrops? Have I been misplaying all this time? I think... Yeah, I think we are getting more damage out of Caltrops than we're getting out of Flamethrower, because Flamethrower doesn't hit until we're most of the way through the fight. So I should have been getting the value damage out of Caltrops all this time. So, you live, you learn, then you get loved. It happens to the best of us. It wasn't a huge misplay, and it was only one because we keep having fast fights. There we go. That's a weapon skill. Ryukon! Good to see you, man. Sorry you've been on vacation. We've been playing phone tag. We've been missing each other. Do I want to go deep sea fishing for an enchant? I think everything's enchanted except these two. The odds that I both get an enchant venter and it's a good one on those is low. I don't think a tiny bit of CDR is going to be game changing either. So I think we just fish for an enchant vendor. I mean, ain't gonna get it, but ain't gonna kill us. We aren't near hitting an XP. Just stop and grab gumballs. Nope. Nope. Enchanter poverty. Looks like poverty. We have 4 gold left. We can't afford the Nufu skill, and we can't afford the reroll. That's about right. That's about what rerolling looks like. You can never afford Nufu, though. Let's be fair. Nufu skills are outrageously expensive, and our skills suck, and our pool's bloated. So Nufu is always bait. Alright, we'll see. Caltrops are usually pretty good against Dooley. We're hoping they kind of hard carry our butts here. They're going to have to, because he's got some freeze. And a lot of slow. Hopefully we get one cast of Flamethrower off, which go a long way. This is closer than I feel it should be. I feel like we're doing good, but we're about to lose. Okay. Yeah, that was a lot of fire damage he stacked up, but I'm wondering where his sustain... Oh, he's got 200... Jesus. Shield equal to 10 times your burn. Yeah, that's what was happening. I wasn't noticing where his survival was coming from, because that was doing some work. Cool. Well, that is it. That's the run. I think I might call it here. I was gonna go till 3's kind of the schedule. I mean, I've been saying 10 to 2, 10 a.m. to 2. 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Pacific time is what I was planning, but I just changed it to 10 to 3, but I haven't told anybody that, although it's going to be on my goodbye screen when I put it up in a minute here. But I think I'm going to call it a little bit early. We had I think it's Friday night and people got other things to do. We had a little bit less folks in than normal, so I mean, if you guys are enjoying this and you want to, you can sound off in the chat, and I'll throw another game on. But I think if not, we're probably going to call it. I hope y'all enjoyed yourself. I hope you're having a good night and enjoying the bazaar. I'm still working on some kind of goodbye tagline that makes any kind of sense. But thank y'all for watching, and hope to see you again soon.